Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
One and all, ready to rock and roll on a beautiful Wednesday. It is the hump day. We've got Bitcoin continually staying over 20,000 here for 2 days in a row. I don't know why. I don't explain it. These are things that sometimes in life you just can't explain certain things. But anyways, so it is time to rock. Sean Stanley, of course, is rocking. Absolutely rocking this platform. He is the man that puts it all together, and we appreciate him every single day. We appreciate all of you for tuning in, downloading, tweeting out, asking questions, visiting our sponsors, all of that good stuff. Saw one of you, one of the listeners already reached out to Cutter's Edge for artificial turf. So it's a smart thing. But anyway, so great stuff. Hialeah Park Casino, our happy hour tomorrow, 3 to 6 p.m. So we're back in the afternoon there at Hialeah Park. We only did mornings back last week again because of the Dolphins playing on Thursday night. And God, that Thursday night is just, it's in my craw, bro. It bothers me. Everything going on with Tua and everything. It just like I just hope he, gets through this thing. I know he will. I'm not even worried about that. I just want him to be healthy and fine, and that way finally the Dolphins can have a quarterback that can kick ass for them and lead them somewhere, man, which would be really, really nice. But we got to get through this week against the Jets. Got the MetLife takeover. So all of you fans out there with our Dolphin Fan Club NYC out there, we hung out with them at Slattery's, and they do a great job, obviously. And the MetLife takeover, which is it's an event that I think Sean's heard me say it before. I'm dying to go to that event. You know what I mean? And this is the year that I should have gone to it, actually, because we had not found the sponsor yet to have the home for the pre and post. And here's where I could have traveled. Now, a short notice, forget it. We're gonna have to pay through the nose for plane tickets and everything to go do the thing. But I would love to be there and broadcast from the MetLife takeover. It'd be hard because you need wireless and all that, but it would be so cool because let me tell you something. If there's an event that Dolphin fans should go to on the road, it's that one. The crowd is amazing. It is maybe the largest Dolphin crowd that gets together for any game is the MetLife takeover. And that contingent and it's some of the most hardcore people you will ever meet for Dolphin Nation, So it's pretty cool. It's a fun event. They've made it a thing. They've made it something very successful. I'm sure the Jets organization appreciates it because it's a couple thousand people that are going over there to go buy tickets every time the MetLife takeover happens. And so I'm sure that they're happy with that. It's not like the Jets are good enough to sell out the stadium on their own and stuff like that. So any little bit would help them. But just congratulations to everybody, Dolphins NYC, and everybody that put together the MetLife takeover every year. Just, kudos, man, because it's a fantastic event put together by the fans and supporting the team. And like I've said, I'm so impressed with the fan base over the years here, the last couple years, because you don't really have a lot to cheer for. You know what I'm saying? And yet your loyalty is second to none. And I just tip my hat to that. That's absolutely awesome and impressive. And I know it's going to be a great crowd again this Sunday. I just wish Tua was there to lead it, and hopefully Teddy can do enough to help the team win. That's all what we're hoping for. We're hoping that Teddy can do enough to win. Would be nice. Anyway, so got a lot of things to talk about. We will lead into Inside the Paint, of course, here at the top of the hour. Ira and Kurt should be joining us here in a couple minutes. The basketball season has started, the preseason at least. Last night, they lost to the T-Wolves, but obviously playing all kinds of players, and Jimmy Butler didn't play. Victor Oladipo didn't play. Lowry was, I guess, limited overall, but it's not one of those things where it has to do with injuries. It's just Jimmy doesn't need to play a ton. I mean, he's going to play enough during the regular season. He puts, enough of his wear and tear. It's not like he needs it. And Lowry doesn't need the play. I just hope he's in condition. That's what I'm hoping for. That's the only thing I want from Kyle Lowry. That, brother, please take care of yourself. Don't be on my diet. My diet is not good for the NBA. Be on a professional athlete's diet is what you need to do. But anyway, so we got all of that. Aaron Judge hits his 62nd home run. And I saw that the husband of a reporter, I think it's a Cowboy Nation reporter or something like that. The husband was in the stands and caught the 62nd. And somebody already offered him $2 million. So, you got to sell. You don't give the ball back to Aaron Judge so they can give you a signed bat and a jersey, and that's bullshit. Sorry. You caught the ball. Go sell it for several $1 million. and take care of your family, bro. Take care of yourself. Look out for yourself in this situation. Okay. Aaron Judge is just going to thank you for a minute and forget you for the rest of your life. And this is something that you can retire from. Yeah, Sean.
The guy that caught it is the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
he doesn't really need the. Yeah.
Wow.
At least that's what I read yesterday. I mean, again, that was right after it happened. I read a story where it said he was like a CEO of some kind of multi-billion-dollar company. Out of everybody that can catch the ball, I guess, you know.
So Judge homered leadoff on Tuesday's game between the Yanks and the Rangers. The ball went into the stands beyond left field at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Corey Yeomans reached out over and made the catch in front of several others. As it turns out, Yeomans is married to Bree Amarathis, who reports on the Cowboys and the Mavericks for SI Fans Nation. So she tweeted out, she's got a blue check mark and says, "This is my husband." And Rangers security whisked away Dallas man by name of Corey Yeomans, who caught Judge's 62nd home run ball. Yeomans asked for plans for the ball. He says, "That's a good question. I haven't thought about it. One person has already said they would pay $2 million for the ball, so that's quite a payday for Yeomans if he decides to go that route." Let's see, Judge, and then that's it. That's all I got in this story. So you might have gotten more on who Corey Yeomans is than I did. I did not get that part of the story with Yeomans. But either way, bro, I'm selling that shit. I got bills. I got a mortgage. I got family. We're gonna we're gonna sell that baby. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna sell it, and we're gonna sell it big time. Is what we're gonna do. Anyway, so we great job by Judge, shitty job by the rest of the league by not pitching to him for days and not allowing him, or not to allow him, but challenge him. You know what I'm saying? Kind of gutless, I find it, by a lot of the pitchers. Oh, I don't want to be part of the trivia question and all that. Oh, give me a break, dude. Like we could talk about all these kind of home runs in the history of the game and who they hit it off of, and that's never even a note. That might be a trivia question, but nobody laughs at that person. Nobody makes fun of the person they gave up. We never do. We always talk about the accomplishment, not the person that threw the pitch. So it's not a big deal, but whatever. I'm glad he got it. And for me personally, as a guy that can't stand McGuire, Bonds, and Sosa, who are a bunch of stinking cheaters, I'm glad he did it. Maybe he cheated, maybe he didn't, but right now it looks like he didn't. So I'm going to go with the guy that I think he didn't over the three guys I'm convinced they did. Yes, Sean Stanley.
All right. The man who caught the historic Aaron Judge baseball, Corey Yeomans, doesn't exactly need the money. He is a vice president at Fisher Investments, which manages $197 billion worldwide, which may be the price of Judge's next contract.
No. Fisher Investments is the one where that lady says that we're a fiduciary and all that stuff, that we get paid when our clients do well and all that kind of stuff. So Fisher, so he's the dude for Fisher Investments. Damn. Okay. All right. I hope he got into crypto, because, you know, that's the real investment down the line. But hey, you know, whatever. McDonald's is adding Bitcoin. Anybody see that yesterday? Yep, it's starting. McDonald's to add Bitcoin. Yep. Although you're an idiot if you buy McDonald's with Bitcoin. I just want you to know that, okay? As much as I'm a Bitcoin guy, you save your Bitcoin, okay? There's other coins that you can use as currency. You do not use digital gold for currency, but that's a whole other ball game. All right, let's bring the boys aboard. Let's get ready for Inside the Paint. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir. And I can honestly say, as the preseason starts and we get going, we got stuff to talk about, whether it's the Tyler Herro extension on Sunday, or whether it's what went on just outside of Vegas yesterday, which might lead us to the 82-game tankathon, because it has been years since we saw a top of the NBA draft lottery like this. I know Kurt's out on the West Coast. He knows plenty about that also. So, we just like we thought when we slogged through a little bit in August and September, now it's real in October.
By the way, the Tyler Herro knee bump, not. I know he came back, but
yeah,
he
went down. He came back, said nothing to it. Yeah, but again, you know what? That's the sort of push pull of preseason. Same thing as in NFL. Is like when a guy gets hurt and limps a little, you go, why? Why? Because it could happen just as likely in a preseason game as a game in January, as in a playoff game. And again, we're not talking Tua-like stuff here. We're talking about a knee bump. He'll be fine.
Yeah, no, as long as, the only thing I worried about it when I saw it was, the next day. It's not like, oh, hey, you play through it, and then the next day, like, we've all done it, man. It doesn't matter if it's a pickup game or whatever. And then the next day, you've got an avocado-looking ankle, and you're like, holy crap, and it's just one of those deals. It happens that it stiffens up the next day, so you get a little concerned with all of that. So it should be fun, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk. And that's the beauty, baby. The season has started. Preseason's underway. We got all kinds of great storylines. And now get ready for the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. That is next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome to our regular Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. East Coast, or as Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk calls it, 6 a.m. West Coast. Weekly look at the Miami Heat and around the NBA with our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel, but by now I kind of hope you know that already. Kurt, it's really interesting. I didn't know where to start this week's show because on one hand, we've had the biggest Heat news of the offseason with Tyler Herro and his extension at a pretty sizable number that I want to get your thoughts on. On the other hand, what happened outside Vegas yesterday with Victor Wembanyama from the French Pro League and Scoot Henderson from the NBA G League Ignite tells us that this year's lottery is going to be like no other before. And as everyone who seemingly was out of that game yesterday said, tanking season has begun. So let me get your quick thoughts before we go back into this. We'll get to our chat board, so please hit us up on our YouTube chat board. Smash those like buttons everywhere across social media for the Big O Show. Quick thoughts. Your thought when you, number one, saw the Tyler Herro extension come down when Woj had it first on Sunday night. And two, the video clips, maybe you watched some of the game, of what you thought about our draft lottery 2023 preview last night.
Look, with Tyler Herro, my first thought was that was a bigger number than expected. It was a bigger number than like you and I had discussed. And it struck me as a real Heat bet on Tyler Herro because that's second, third star money or third star money. Maybe you're making a bet that he is going to be that guy. He's rating sixth man of the year. We've talked about the defense and everything else, but you're making a bet that 3 years from now, he is your second or third best player and can be that on a championship level team. It's not necessarily, I don't think it's a bad bet. And with the rising cap, I really don't think it's a bad bet. I look, Tyler Herro brings a skill set. So ultimately, even if you want to move on, that number is not going to be insane in a few years. So it was, again, more than expected, but reasonable. And then last night, look, I watched that game, Ira. I watched most of it. Up until the very end. Wow. This really, I know, like, I'm not a scout. I was texting with some people and I know there were, look, every team had representatives there. because there's some other guys in the G League Ignite too. But this is where the NBA hates tanking, and they flatten the lottery odds. Ira, and you don't really deal with it directly in Miami, but you know how much the league and Adam Silver hate the discussion of tanking, hate the concept that teams try to lose. There's going to be some serious tanking this year, even with the flattened lottery odds, because Wembanyama looked every bit the true unicorn, 7'4" guy who's literally handling the ball as the pick and roll ball handler and hitting step back threes, blocking shots inside. He's so long. Gobert does a little of this. He just changes the angles. You guys got to come in on, and it messes him up. And Scoot Henderson looked amazing.
Yeah.
He's explosive. He is athletic. I know. I heard the Derrick Rose comparisons they were making on the broadcast. I hate doing those kind of things to young players because young Derrick Rose was otherworldly. That's just not a fair comparison. But he is an elite point guard athlete who is going to be a corner. I mean, those two guys alone are cornerstones. And this is a deeper draft than that. There are people who love the Thompson twins. There's a lot at the top of this draft. And I don't think it's a coincidence that when Danny Ainge decided to tear it down, he didn't say, let's wait a year, man. No, this is the year you want to be up there.
And that's the problem also, Kurt, and we'll get back to the Heat in a second. I want to talk about this more in our second segment here on the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is when you have one of these lotteries, a Shaquille O'Neal lottery, a LeBron James lottery, a Tim Duncan lottery, a David Robinson lottery, you're willing to risk a lot. And what happens there is there are going to be 5, 6, 7 teams you play this year who have no interest in winning. And they might accidentally win because some of Popovich's young players, I mean, you talk about a team that has defined its existence by lottery luck. There would be no San Antonio Spurs if there was no lottery luck, if there was no Robinson and Tim Duncan. I would almost venture to say this. If the San Antonio Spurs didn't wind up with David Robinson or Tim Duncan, I'm not so sure there would be a team in San Antonio. Because a losing team in a smaller market like that, and smaller television market, does the league little good. But when they're a successful team and they're drawing crowds, you can't do anything about it. So I think at least San Antonio, Utah, maybe Orlando again, because they're building more toward the future. We're seeing Indiana to a degree also. There are a bunch of teams that the last thing they want to do in any game this season is win. So in a how low you can go season, is 15 wins too much? In other words, it's crazy, Kurt. We haven't started the season. These teams play 82. You can do the math. If you only win 15, you're going to lose a lot of games. The equivalent of a 100-loss season in baseball times 3. I mean, how desperate will teams be to lose? Well, we see teams pull the Spurs, the Jazz, the Magic, some of the teams in the bottom of the Western Conference, pull their starter and leading scorer if they get too close to winning?
Well, in the case of the Jazz, they've got to trade a few guys, frankly. Like Mike Conley can still play a little bit. Like they've still got some guys on the roster who can, and they traded for guys, Laurie Market and stuff. Like they've got guys who can help. Houston's the other one, by the way, where they're just like, we've got a lot of really good young players. Trial by fire, guys. Go for it. We're gonna throw you out there. I think teams will tend to beat 15, and part of it is the way the lottery has been shifted. The top 4 teams have the top 4. The worst 4 teams have the exact same odds now. And it's still only 14%, but it's like with these kind of guys. If you have the worst record, you can't be worse than 5th.
Right, but you have an 86% chance of not getting the first pick. You can look at it that way also. This year,
but if you've got 2, you've got 2 at the top. Suddenly, you're like, okay, but I take Scoot, and suddenly it's. I think you're going to. I don't know if 15 is going to be it, but I think you're going to have a whole bunch of teams hovering around 20, and we're not mentioning inevitably some. Look, and we've talked about this. Both conferences have the East in particular have 11, 12 good teams, the teams that have playoff aspirations. Somebody is going to suffer an injury. And I don't want to jinx some team, but Team X that's good is good. And they're going to do what Portland did last year. Wow, we're without Lillard. Let's go.
Boom, we're done.
Let's see what we could get, right?
And a perfect example of that might be Chicago with Lonzo Ball now out for a long time. It looks like that if DeMar DeRozan goes down or Zach LaVine goes down, all of a sudden it's like, well, what are we here for? I mean, if Zach LaVine goes down and Lonzo Ball's not ready and you have 33-year-old DeMar DeRozan as your leading man, you probably trade him by the trading deadline and just go in that direction. So anyway, I don't want to get too far off track here. The one thing I will say is this, and I'm going to put you on the spot again, the kind of thing I hate when I do radio, where I ask for a comparison of which you've had no prep time at all. So I'll let you figure this out in your head. When I watched Victor Wembanyama last night, I thought Tim Duncan. I thought the featheriness that he moved like a big man and that mid-range jump shot, Tim Duncan did it with the bank shot. It just reminded me of him. And you talk about a generational player. Tim Duncan was that. So I know other people are saying Giannis, so I'm going to keep stealing your thunder here, Kurt, and put you on the spot. Who conjured when you watched him and that silky smooth 7'3" player? Were there anyone specific you looked at him and you said, I know this isn't fair, okay, but he sort of reminds me of player X?
Yeah, Duncan a little bit because, like you said, he moved really well and he saw the game so well. But I'm trying to think because part of it is that there really isn't a good comp. Giannis might be the closest just because of the ball handling, of the fact that a couple of times he brought the ball up. Apparently he did this a lot in practice. I didn't go to Henderson to watch these games, but he's bringing the ball up in practice and doing stuff. But Giannis doesn't have that. Giannis is downhill, right? Like Giannis.
Yes.
He comes around that pick and he's a freight train and he is just so strong and so athletic. And you know what? I'm going to give you. Got the shot. I don't know. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure who that is.
I'm going to give you one more who people thought this would be and came up short, but from body frame style, from perimeter style, Kristaps Porzingis. I mean, remember him in New York, and he was the unicorn, and he was the be-all, end-all. He was the 7'1", 7'2" type of perimeter player. Lean, could do it that way. I think this is what people thought Kristaps Porzingis could be. And for whatever reason, culturally, the style of game, the physicality, not wanting to mix it up, the injuries, being stuck with the Knicks. But I think that's a comp also. And it's weird because it's almost demeaning to call someone a better Kristaps Porzingis as if Kristaps has had a failed career already when he's still young and maybe in this third chance with the Washington Wizards he comes around. But I think that's another comp. Anyway, I got off track because that's what we do here in redrecover.com Inside the Paint, which is why we have 3 segments, and you can listen to the podcast in any order you damn well please. So I want to go back real quick here to the top story about the Heat this week, and I'm sure we will bleed over into our second segment. I am catching everyone here on the YouTube chat. I will get to those during it. I will again try to spring questions for Kurt that he is totally unprepared for, as we do here every week. Because it's 6 a.m, I figure, you know what? If we're going to put anyone on the spot, put the West Coast guy on the spot. The Tyler Herro extension. 4 years, 120 guaranteed, $10 million in unlikely incentives, $130 million. Whew. When I saw that, you and I were talking about Jalen Brunson money. We were talking about $106 million. We were talking about something less than, I mean, he got more than Jaylen Brown money. So Kurt Healy, a couple of questions. Is it simply a matter of the NBA economy where you look back at guys like Jabbar and even Shaq and they say, they never got this kind of Michael Jordan. They never got this kind of money. When the money's just exploding, when the NBA has an inflation like no other part of our economy. So do you just accept it and move on? Or like you mentioned here in our open, was it a little bit jaw-dropping to people outside of the Miami Heat circle?
A little bit jaw-dropping. Part of it is the inflation, and I think Brian Windhorst talked about this recently. I know I've heard it from people, and you've probably heard it, Ira. If you talk to executives now, more and more, because the numbers are just mind-boggling, they actually talk about percentage of the cap. Hey, this guy's a good value at 8% of the cap. Like, they are using those numbers because a $30 million player is kind of is a big number, and it makes you think, wow, that guy's got to be, like you said, that's got to be a Jordan Shaq number, but not in today's NBA. Look, Larry Nance got $11 million basically, this other year, and you're like, hey, Yeah, that's a good number for a backup big. It's a fair number for a guy you like. The numbers are just kind of stunning that way, where if you just say, oh, he's like 7% of the cap, then you're like, oh, okay. I think, though, by the way, in Herro's case, it was a little surprising. I think it was just, like you said, I think a lot of people use the RJ Barrett comp, which we had talked about as well, a little, as whether that was fair or not. But those, he beat all those numbers. Miami has paid him more than that. And like I said, I think you're betting on him and you're rewarding him and you're saying, hey, we're paying you, now go live up to this contract.
But let's look at the hierarchy of the Heat. Where would you rate Tyler Herro among best players on the Heat, sort of 1 through 4?
Today?
I think there's 4 guys that stand. So give me your Heat hierarchy at the moment, Kurt Heelan.
Jimmy, Bam. Oh, Bam looked great. I have questions for you out of last night, by the way, but Bam looked great.
Put me on the spot. Nice turn of events.
Jimmy, Bam, 1, 2, in whatever order you wish to put them. Tyler's got to be 3 now, and that puts Kyle Lowry 4th, but Kyle can change that, can't he? Like, I think it's on Kyle now to be the 3rd best player. He's going to have the ball in his hands.
Right.
He's certainly going to have the opportunity.
And actually, Kurt, just to interject here, the way we're using the phrase best player, but you know what? I'm going to turn this question in another direction now. List me in order the Heat's 4 most important players.
Ooh. I'm saying Bam first just because of the versatility of the defense. Jimmy second. They've still got to be 1, 2. Most important. I feel like I'm going to – Lowry might be more important.
Yes, that's where I was going with this.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's more important in terms of if you're going to win big this year, if you're going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals or the Finals and be back at that, top 4 level, Kyle Lowry's the – like I think we know what we're going to get from Bam. If Jimmy can walk, you know what you're going to get from Jimmy. Tyler Herro is improving, and I thought looked pretty good last night. The bits I saw.
I think him and Bam look very good. We'll get to that in our second segment. We'll break down the preseason opener.
But Lowry's the guy who didn't give you much last year, and we could certainly get into some of the bench guys, and then. Right now it's Caleb Martin would be really high on that list too, just because he's the de facto 4 as we speak. And so he's going to have to be that guy. But Herro, I think he might be one of their best players, but you know what you're getting. He starting, coming off the bench, you kind of, there's a certain expectation of the 20 points a night and this floor spacing and the athleticism. He's got to be better. Like I said, I think he's one of their best players, but in terms of importance for a long run, it's Lowry and Martin even maybe are ahead of him just because those are the guys who are critical.
And that's why I put it, because I think this was a protect your future move. And I wanted to sort of run this by you also and Big O's been a big fan of this for years. He's spoken to us about, hey, you want a bridge to the future, and you have that with Bam Adebayo and Tyler Herro. There are some teams who are screw the future. We're living in the moment. And the Heat at times have very much been that with the way they've dealt first-round picks. An example I could see is your Los Angeles Lakers, living in the moment, have a bunch of old guys.
Have to maybe, but they had a guy like Alex Caruso, who could have been somewhat of a bridge to the future. And the way they treated him in free agency a year ago, when he left to Chicago, was like, okay, good riddance. We got old guys. We got Russ. We got Anthony Davis. We got LeBron. Yeah. And hell, last year they had Trevor Ariza and Avery Bradley and even more old guys on the roster. Dwight Howard. They just had their old guys, and they were playing that way over the years, the recent old guys. Is it a dangerous game to try to balance both, though? When you have a set salary cap and you're trying to win now, you see, to me, Tyler Herro's extension works on this level. And I think people lose sight of this. The new money doesn't start this year. He's still making a more than a reasonable $5.7 million this year, final year of his rookie deal, first-round pick, 2019. So the first big money of 4 in Tyler Herro's deal comes as the last big money year in Kyle Lowry's 3-year deal. So you have that 1 year next year where you have this absurd salary cap where you can have Bam and Jimmy and Kyle and Tyler and Duncan Robinson, all with these $18, $19 million plus, all the way into the 40 millions. But then Kyle moves aside, you would think, and Tyler moves up there, like we talk about in the hierarchy, is number 3 anyway.
But if you're trying to be good now, and you're trying to be good in the future, and therefore you're watching your luxury tax now, so you're not a repeater team in the future, and you're watching your hard cap now because you may want to make a trade for the future, I'm just wondering, if you try to do both, and even the Golden State Warriors last year, when they could have brought Wiseman back, when they could have played Kuminga, and they could have played their young guys, we saw clearly, Kurt, there was a time when he said, screw that. We got Steph, we got Clay, we got Draymond, we got old Andre Iguodala, we got older guys we could play. Even Wiggins is more of a veteran now than a young guy after his time in Minnesota and there. Is it a dangerous game to try to be both? It's almost like, what's the saying? When you're a master, when you're good at everything, you're a master of nothing. So I'm just wondering, are the Heat trying to play two final lines, selling us in the future, and also telling us they always compete because we're the Heat and we don't play lottery games? But you wind up then sort of stuck in the middle.
I think it depends on the players you've got. I think to use your Warriors example, this is the year we're going to find out. Look, Otto Porter's gone. Gary Payton II is gone. And they are leaning hard this year on Kuminga. They are leaning hard this year on Wiseman a little bit. Moses Moody is Jordan Poole. I think Jordan Poole proved himself in last year's playoffs. He is part of that. But they're leaning hard into that these guys are a bridge. And they're counting on Kuminga, frankly, and Poole to be a Tyler Herro level player. By the way, you know who might have been happiest with the Tyler Herro extension? Jordan Poole's agent.
Poole, right? And I want to get to that equivalencies also. I got to say this. For the upcoming break, both Kurt and I, we're going to take care of this red light technology from redrecover.com because we have so much to get to today. I want to talk about the Heat's exhibition opener last night against the Timberwolves. I want to get more into the implications of the Tyler Herro deal. I want to talk, like Kurt said, about what Bam Adebayo did with his 17-shot aggression he had. I'm going to post a story pretty soon after this show is over at sunsentinel.com on the Heat's big lineup with Yurtseven and Adebayo and whether that is doable. We have so much to get to. I know Kurt wants to get to a commercial real quick. So we will be back right after this on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. And I promise you, the next two segments will be better than this first segment.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
You move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. train, fight, recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Out on the West Coast, that's Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk. And we have so much to unload and unwrap with the Heat's preseason finally starting. I don't know how we're going to get this all done in an hour when the regular season starts, but I don't want to ignore the chat board. So I'm going to go over there, Kurt, real quick, just to see some of the stuff we have coming in. Again, smash those like buttons out there. Join us on our YouTube chat board. We start with Greater Good, who says, happy with the Tyler Herro contract. He belongs with the Heat. And Kurt, there's certainly something to be said for continuity with keeping your own and developing your own.
Absolutely. I think at the end of the day, like the best teams do that, right? Like the best organizations build in-house and develop in-house. Like it's not just that you draft, you get lucky and you draft at the top, and it's really easy occasionally when we drafted Ja Morant. Look how good he is. But that really wasn't development. The best teams are the teams that have, and the teams that sustain this are the teams that are able to find. Tyler wasn't that deep. Bam wasn't that deep in the draft, but find guys farther down the draft that you can turn into elite players. That's not easy to do.
I agree. Want to get some quick hits on these. Tony tells us, good morning, guys. Now that PJ Tucker is gone, how do his minutes get distributed since Miami has no true power forward? And how many minutes does Duncan get since he needs to get showcased for a trade? I think we saw last night they went with Bam and Yurtseven for a while. Caleb Martin still started because Jimmy sat out the game. Kurt, real quick, can a contender afford to showcase a player for a trade? And especially in this season's Eastern Conference, where I could probably give you 5 leading contenders in the Bucks and the Celtics and the Sixers and the Nets and the Heat, meaning one opens on the road in the playoffs. Is there really such a thing as showcasing when you're a contender?
A little bit, yeah. I still think, you've got to be a little more careful because you can't afford to rack up losses. I don't think Duncan's going to shoot like he did in this first game. Hopefully every game, that'll come back around. But I look, if you're going to trade somebody and you're going to say he has value in this trade, and you're not playing him, it's a little bit of a red flag. You have to put him out there. And I think you'll see a little more Duncan. Guy still got a valuable skill. I still think, he's not somebody who's just, you're dumping the salary. Like he's not killing you when he's out there. So,
and I'll get back to that about the tradability for Duncan. One of the questions I had was, this is from Greater Good. Could Max Strus be a possibility of power forward? Kurt, I would say this: when the Heat play positionless, anyone could be a possibility of power forward, right?
Exactly. I think they went with Caleb, but I think Max is going to get plenty of time too. And again, he's going to shoot better than he did last night. I think that was
all right. And we have some other stuff here on Duncan Robinson and Max Strus we'll get to. The Tyler Herro extension, the amount of money he got, and what we expect from him. I always look at this kind of stuff in 2 ways. Can a player be a starter? Can a player be an all-star? Can a player be all-NBA? Can a player be a component on a championship team? Tyler can be a starter because anyone can start. That's a coach's decision. That's not necessarily an ability thing. Do you see Tyler's skill set as being an NBA starter, or do you see him more because of the defensive shortcomings as of now as more of a Jamal Crawford, Lou Williams type? In other words, do you think that he might be career 6th man, but career great 6th man?
The defense is really, I think you nailed it. Like the defense is the key. I think he's a starter. I think he at least is that way for a while. But his defense has to be better. If he wants to start games, and frankly, if he wants, we saw this last year in the playoffs, he wants big minutes in big games. And to really be trusted, he's got to help them get stops. I thought was it just me, Ira? Didn't his defensive effort look better last night? Now it's one preseason game.
It looked better, but when you don't have when you don't have Jordan Clarkson, when you don't have Rudy Gobert, when you don't have Karl-Anthony Towns, you don't look better defensively against a team without its 3 top players. Well, I guess I'm selling Anthony Edwards short, so he's probably maybe even their best player now. But 3 of their 4 best players, I think it says something also. Tyler Herro as an all-star. He was mentioned last year. He's second leading scorer. He's certainly dynamic. Obviously, not only to get 12, 15 players in the All-Star game, you get injuries. It's almost like the Pro Bowl. So many guys are called All-Stars more than those initially selected. Do you see him on an All-Star track?
Yeah, I do. I think,
Really?
I mean, like you said, it's top 24 in theory because there's 12 on each side. But then, frankly, with injuries, it's more like top 30.
Right.
Yeah, he's that guy. He's going to have to work to sustain that. I mean, that's some pretty lofty company. But I think, personally, I think he's on that track. I think he is capable. I think he is, right now, more fringe all-star than oh, hey, he's in. Right. Bam is, hey, he's in. Like, I don't know that Tyler's there yet.
See, my question about this is Bam has 4 more years in his contract. Jimmy has 4 more years left in his contract. They're the leading men. They're probably going to get more of the all-star notice. So unless the Heat have one of these dynamic starts to a season where you say, hey, like with the Warriors, hey, they're a 3 all-star team, or like the Celtics have been at times, I'm just not so sure that he can get a 3rd all-star. So then we're really saying, and Kurt, do you think that Tyler Herro is going to outplay Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo for first half of his season? And I'm not so necessarily sure that you want that. When it comes to all NBA, I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. I was even watching the game last night. Anthony Edwards is very good on the way to great, better player than an actor, but you can go watch the Adam Sandler movie and decide that on your own.
He's all right.
And the movie was kind of campy. It was a perfect movie. You sit and say, I'll watch this on TV. I ain't spending $30 for me and my wife to go to the movies to see it. So I'll leave it at that. But when I watched Anthony Edwards, I said, he's in a completely different class than Tyler Herro. He just is. He's just that much of a better player. So I think all NBA is out. But I will say this, and Tyler had a really good point. I love the way Tyler talks about his resume, not in the first person, but in the third person and as a team, when he said this to me. I've been in the league 3 years. We made the NBA Finals once. We were 1 game from making the NBA Finals a second time. So he has shown that he can contribute to victory. He has shown that at the minimum, he is a team player who understands what it takes. I thought that was a really good approach by him, that when he listed his resume, he didn't talk first about being defending 6th man of the year, about being the 2nd leading scorer on his team in his 3rd season, but he spoke about, look at the success we've had with me here. And I thought that was a really, really mature approach that he took to that.
That is interesting. And I think as a fan and as a team, you want that. By the way, he has contributed. He has had some monster playoff games. Yeah. He is capable of helping you out on those days. And the funny thing is, like, when we're talking about defensive shortcomings and concerns, we're almost talking second round of the playoffs and beyond with him, right? Like, those are the games where it gets really tight and you're going up against Boston,
Milwaukee, uber elite players, crafty veterans, like
and teams that, and more importantly, when you get to the Final 8 and especially the Final 4, it's teams without weaknesses, right? Like, it's not oh, dude, we can just target this guy for an hour, that's what you need. And if Herro wants to play in those minutes, he can't be a target, right? But I think he's on that road. But I think he still contributes so much to getting there.
Right. And I see in our chat board here, Carlos points out that Tyler's playoff performances have left much to be desired. Look, he was not good against Milwaukee, the Bucks, his hometown team at the 21 playoffs. Last year he was hurt. And we have to be realistic about that. He had the hamstring injury. He was limited to the second half of the playoffs. And down here on one of our radio shows, he had a really good point also on a podcast when he said he found out at the start of the playoffs that his wife, his girlfriend, was expecting his 2nd child. And he said that sort of threw him off. It's like he realized he was going to be daddy squared. And he said mentally he was off his game a little. So again, you're talking a young player, 22 years old, still finding his way. The second element to the Tyler Herro extension was the one that got me and had me thinking more, because I always think big picture. I'm thinking salary cap. I'm thinking tradability. Kurt and I have spoken about this for the last month or so here on RaidRecover.com, Inside the Paint. Once you extend a player like Tyler Herro, going from a $5.7 million contract to a contract that averages in excess of $30 million, he becomes a poison pill player. And basically what that means is over the course of the season, until the next offseason, he's untradeable for this reason. You can send him out at $5.7 million in matching salaries, but The other team has to take him in at $30 million, the average of his current year and his 4-year extension. No one has that kind of wiggle room outside of maybe they could finagle it to San Antonio Spurs or the Oklahoma City Thunder. So if you want to make that differential go away of $25 million, as the 25% you can be off on a trade a little bit, it would have to be a monster trade. It would have to include a Butler or an Adebayo or a Lowry, and that's not happening. So what it did is it took the heat out of the trade market this season. Kurt Helin, knowing what Duncan Robinson has left on his contract, 4 years, close to $80 million, the fact that he's not even a rotation player right now, can Duncan Robinson be moved without a sweetener? In other words, without a Tyler Herro tagging along? Can he be moved just with draft picks? Or essentially, by parking Tyler Herro with this extension, untradeable for this year, have the Heat also parked Duncan Robinson?
I don't think they've parked Duncan Robinson, but it's a little tougher to move him. He is going to take something. If you're going to get a Crowder-esque player, and I don't want to get into the details of Jay Crowder again, but if you're going to get somebody like that to come in and play the floor who is a veteran who can help you, then you have, I don't know, I think to me, you're going to have to include other sweeteners, and that's going to be picks or multiple picks, depending on how you protect them and what they are, blah, 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 plus other players. And that can't be Tyler now. It's got to be somebody else on that roster that Team X covets.
Right.
That you've got to provide value. And that's why, you've got to showcase Duncan Robinson a little bit. You've got to put him in the rotation and get him out there and say, hey, again, we've talked about it. He still brings an incredibly valuable NBA skill to the table. He can still shoot the rock and maybe put in the right situation, on the right team. He has value, but you're going to have to send them another player and or picks that bump up that value, because right now he's more contract than player.
So if he's your last intermediate salary that you could package with a player, that in theory, even with Duncan at $18 million, you throw him in with a Gabe Vincent or a Strus or a Yurtseven, you get a $20 million package. You're allowed 25% of leeway in a salary capped out teams trade. That brings you up to $25 million. You can trade for a $25 million player. If you were the Miami Heat, and knowing the Jay Crowder situation in Phoenix, and knowing the Heat don't have a true power forward, would you give up some of your draft collateral to rent a player like Jay Crowder on the final year of a contract? And Kurt, the reason I ask you this is you're out in LA, you cover the Los Angeles Lakers, you're at their game at crypto.com, staples.com, whatever you want to call arena that is being called today. The Lakers have been adamant, we are only going to trade our future draft assets for the ultimate trade, or else we're going to wait. If you're the Miami Heat, would you send Duncan Robinson and 1 first-round pick out to the Suns to get Jay Crowder on a 1-year rental? Or do you feel that just depletes your first-rounders? You still owe one to the Oklahoma City Thunder. If you trade out a first-round pick with Duncan Robinson, you would basically have only 1 first-rounder to trade over the next 7 years. Would you do that for a short-term rental?
Yes, I would personally. I think the Lakers are an awkward comparison because they control, only because of the Westbrook trade and still the Davis trade, they control 2 of their own picks for the rest of the decade. Like we're talking 27 and 29, which is, by the way, why those are valuable, because everybody's looking at the Lakers down the line without LeBron and thinking, those could be really good picks.
Yes.
So I think Miami's a little different in that, nobody thinks even in who knows where the world will be in 2029, but the Miami Heat will be solid. It's just nobody's.
That's who they are, and that's how they
right.
They don't lottery. We spoke at the top of our show. About the top.
But I would personally, because you're so close, and there's just going to be a bit of an arms race in the East. It's just going to be tough. I would be willing to do that to get we're using Crowder as an example. There will be other guys who probably come up and fit this role, but somebody who steps in, fills a need, and can be trusted in big moments, who can step in. And this isn't just an 82-game player. He's a 16-game player, to use the Draymond line, like a guy you can count on in the postseason. I would absolutely do that for a Crowder-like player, because I think that's the going price now. You're going to have to give up something like that.
And as usual, we will get to Bam and Omer and big lineups in our final segment. Real quick here to fill people in. I spoke to someone in the Heat. And he made a very good point to me. I said, why would you take Tyler off the trade market? Why would you shut down your trade possibilities? And he said, here's the deal. If they would have waited on Tyler Herro till next summer, once he was re-signed then as a restricted free agent, he would have become what the NBA calls base year compensation. His salary would have gone up so much, he would have been untradeable until January 15th, 2024. So he basically told me, look, there's going to be a 7-month period. If we did that, we couldn't trade him next offseason. Just like there's a 6-month period now, you can't trade him during this season. It happens anyway. He then pointed out something else to me. If Tyler Herro didn't sign the extension and became a restricted free agent, he could have signed an offer sheet next summer for 1 year to then move to unrestricted free agency. Would have been about $7 million or so. If a player signs an offer sheet, and we saw this with what happened with DeAndre Ayton, you can't be traded for a calendar year without your permission. So there would have been a full year when they couldn't have traded Tyler. So the Heat's view was this. There was always going to be a period when Tyler was going to become untradeable, either now or in the future. So that factored into their decision anyway, that they would have to look at one of those windows. So that's why the Tyler thing to me has so many different levels. It's not just about the salary or where he fits in or whether he starts or now that he can't become untradeable. There are so many arcane rules in there that no matter when you did this, we still would have the same questions. What we had going into last night's exhibition game with the Heat was questions about whether a big lineup would work in the NBA, because we thought the Timberwolves were rolling in with Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, and then neither played. And yet the Heat still went big, and Bam Adebayo still went off. And we saw the Heat at least experiment with big. So after this break, on our final segment of our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, I want to talk about Bam Adebayo as a leading man. I want to talk about big lineups and whether there's still a place for that in the NBA. And I know Kurt has some takeaways from watching the Heat's exhibition opener last night. We will get to all of that and hopefully a few more of your chat board questions as well after this break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
I'm Ira Winderman, South Florida Sun Sentinel. 9 a.m. in the morning. We start here Wednesdays on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show. He's Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com, pro basketball talk out in LA. He gets up at 6 in the morning every Wednesday for your Miami Heat entertainment pleasure. I'm looking at the chat board real quick. I'm not avoiding greater good, any Kyle Lowry conditioning questions. It's too early for that. Kyle Lowry, like every veteran his age, is going to ease into the preseason. Don't overstate or understate his minutes and what he did yesterday. For Kyle Lowry, it's all targeting October 19th, season opener against the Chicago Bulls. What I do want to get to from the exhibition opener, I'm going to be filing a story soon at sunsentinel.com about this, Kurt. A big lineup in today's NBA. With Jimmy Butler given last night off, the Heat shifted Caleb Robinson down to the small forward, opened with Omar Yurtseven and Bam Adebayo. This spacing was awful. And defense, Omar Yurtseven still has a bunch to learn. Is there a place, Kurt Heelan, in today's NBA to go big like that if your players aren't necessarily up to the Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns pedigree?
I would say before I even get to that, that was really my question for you out of that game, was what that looked like in person and how the Yurtseven Adebayo combo worked. I think I think big and small is getting confused a little bit with just skill. I think it'll kind of work in Minnesota because Karl Anthony Towns can step out. Karl Anthony Towns can face you up.
And prefers to step out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's, technically Giannis is a big. I mean, it depends on who your big is and what they do. You can't play two traditional bigs, I don't think, next to each other in today's NBA because of the spacing issues. But if one of your bigs can step out and is somewhat of a threat from three, or at least you've got to go out and deal with them 15, 20 feet from the rim, then it can work.
And yet last night when I looked at the spacing, you can see it's something that has to be learned. It's a different approach. Yeah. I still have issues with 7-footers spotting up in the corners. I know a guy like Myers Leonard and Kelly Olynyk made it work for the Heat, but they were career outside shooters who happened to just grow to really tall heights. But that's who they were and what they were. Defensively, though, Kurt, here's my issue. The Miami Heat have a very unique and largely successful approach on defense with their switch everything, which, out there in LA, you hear about when Bam's campaigning for Defensive Player of the Year and getting angry at Marcus Smart and Rudy Gobert, that he can guard 1 through 5. And invariably, the opposition will start a game, go to a 1-5 pick and roll, and there is Bam Adebayo out at center court on Trae Young, and it works because Bam's so unique. So the Heat have that style. They switch everything. We could see Kyle Lowry defending in the post. It's just who they are, and it works because they're active and aggressive, and they meet the challenges. Then we see teams that play drop defense. Utah Jazz, and they've been victimized by this in the playoffs also. When they had Rudy Gobert, we're always in a drop because a drop defense means you have a goaltender. You have a big man guarding the paint. The Heat played that way when they had Hassan Whiteside. Here's the problem, Kurt. Teams need to have identities. You are an X and you are Y. You play a 5-out offense. You are 3-point centric like the Warriors. You play a drop defense like the Jazz did or teams do with big men. I'm not sure you can easily toggle between the two in the same game. So if you're going to play an Omar Yurtseven in Omar's minutes, and he said this to a man in the locker room, we finally got back in after a 2-year break without being in the locker room, and they said, we play a drop. We play a different defense. We zoned it a little more when Big Yurt is in there because you want your 7-1 goaltender to be back there by the basket. When Bam is in there, boom, we're the way we were last year when we went within one game of the NBA Finals. Kurt, can you think of it again? I'm putting you on the spot like I did in our first 2 segments of redrecover.com Inside the Paint, of teams that have dichotomies, whether it's in their offense or their defense, where they're two different teams during a game. Where on offense, they might be 5 out, and then they put someone in, and they're getting the ball into the post, or on defense, where they're in drop coverage, and then they're in switch everything. I know some teams will go to zone, but that's a little different because you can ease into that. Is it asking too much, Kurt, to try to be the best of two things when it's hard enough to master one thing in today's NBA?
That is really difficult. I think you see switching like a change of personality a little more on offense, and it almost, or isn't it tending to be more tempo? Like, we bring in this speed guy, Chris Paul's been running our offense at a grinding pace, and we bring in Cameron Payne, and he's going to run you into the ground with some athletes. Like, I think you get that on offense, but defensively, I think that's a much tougher switch, right? Like, that is a much tougher to go from switching everything to drop. You could do it a little, and look, it's the NBA. You better throw a bunch of looks at teams, right? Like, you better make things, especially for the best teams, a little confusing, but it's hard to make that switch. I think the best, when they're healthy, the best drop is still the Bucks, because Brook Lopez gets in the paint.
Yes.
But what they bring, unlike some of the, of these other drop teams, they're just long. They're just so long and disruptive that they can get away with it. The problem the Jazz always had is that it was Rudy Gobert in the paint, and frankly, Royce O'Neal was solid, and then 3 other traffic cones.
Yes.
And Rudy Gobert was put in an impossible. The Clippers, they to a man would say it wasn't Gobert. We put him in an impossible situation and said, you got to cover the guy in the corner and the paint, because nobody can stay in front of our guys. And you've got to have that length. If you're going to be dropped, you still have to be aggressive. That part would stay. I think you can get to a spot where it's decent, but ultimately I'm with you. I think defensively, you're one or the other. You have to be a certain type of team. I think it's
tough. And that's why I just think Eric Spoelstra is going to lean against his 2 bigs and lean against Omer Yurtseven, because he has something special. With Dwayne Dedmon, he's more of a veteran, and it's more limited doses. Chase asked a question here on the YouTube chat on the Big O Show. You can go to our chat board and smash those like buttons. And Bam is a leading man. Last night we saw, this was with Jimmy Butler out. So again, it's a different situation. Bam takes 17 shots. Good for him. He only takes 1 3-pointer, so he's not necessarily staying too far out. Does Bam Adebayo need to be more of a leading offensive man? And if Bam is taking all those shots, does it take the ball out of the hands of other players who simply are better offensive players?
A little. Don't you need Bam to be the guy who gets his 20? He can create some, but a lot of it's going to be opportunistic off of Jimmy drawing attention and getting a mismatch for Bam or Kyle if things are going well, right? That he's not necessarily the one. There'll be a little of this, but the goal, I don't think the point of the offense is to throw him the ball 18 feet out, have him face up every time down, right? Like, he's going to get his offense in other ways. Last night he got the ball in his hands more just because of, welcome to the preseason, right? The lineups, but I don't know that that's how he's normally going to get his offense. I think this was is it just me? Is it, he's more that guy than he can create a little, but he's not going to do that every time down.
I just don't think he has that in his repertoire. I don't think, not to be crude, but he's that skilled enough post-wise to do it. I also think there's always been an issue of this when you go big. Bam Adebayo takes advantage of his quickness advantage against other big men, other centers. I think when he's cast at power forward, you get more of those defensive power forward types, almost like the Caleb Martin types that the Heat feature, and they can contend with Bam's quickness. And all of a sudden, that spin move that he has, it's not that it's a slow-footed big man against him, but it's a quicker power forward, and I think he loses that, and then he winds up settling more for the mid-range jumper. And to me, that's a settle shot. That's on the opponent's scouting board. Let them have that. We're fine with that. If he's not going to have the hard roll, we'd rather him shoot the pull-up jumper. So I think that's an issue also. So I think last night was Eric Spoelstra had a really good point. He said the reason we play Bam and Yurt is because it's something we have to look at now when the games don't count, because it's a harder way to play. It's a more unique way to play. So we have to put the minutes out there. We'll get to what we need to. We have 14 returning players. We know who we are. Matter of fact, I would forecast, I think you'd agree. Right now, if you had to say who's the Heat's opening night power forward, I would go with Caleb Martin with Bam at center. I think you'd agree, Kurt?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I just think that right now when you're looking at it, and then they're going to experiment with other things, maybe even a little about what you referenced in our second segment today with Duncan Robinson, showcase a little. Hey, maybe Omer Yurtseven can become a sweetener. Maybe he puts up that statistical run like he did last year at midseason when he played 7 weeks as the leading man with Bam Adebayo out with that thumb injury, and he was able to put up numbers. So I think that's possible also. Last night's other takeaway was an aggressive Tyler Herro. We spoke about the extension. We spoke about the money. Again, that does not kick in until the 23-24 season. So it's still rookie scale, high value Tyler Herro right now. Tyler Herro is offensive force. Would you almost feature him? And here's the question I have. In the starting lineup, when Tyler Herro plays with Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Kyle Lowry, he's not as featured as he is in the second unit. So, Kurt, we spoke about in our value assessment of Tyler's contract, can he be a starter? We both agreed he could. Anyone can be a starter. The coach decides. But is this the best use of Tyler Herro? More off the ball, not ball dominant. Kyle Lowry's going to be ball dominant. Jimmy Butler's ball dominant. We just spoke about maybe Bam Adebayo being more ball dominant. So are the Heat almost more feeding Tyler's ego of being a starter than in this alignment using Tyler's best skill set while surrounding him with three other scorers?
I still think the fact that he shoots 40% from three helps slashing Jimmy Butler and slashing Kyle Lowry, and that you can't leave Tyler, right? But Ira, does this become one of those situations where you want Tyler Herro wants to start, so we're going to start him. He's going to play 4 to 5 minutes, come out, and then go back in with the second unit?
And you know what? And I'm going to give you the opposite of that. I think what's going to happen, and we saw this a little last night, Tyler was really good at point guard when he started the second half.
Yes.
Kyle Lowry set out the second half. I think what they do is this. I think Kyle Lowry and Tyler Herro, Jimmy Butler, Caleb Martin, and Bam Adebayo start. I think Kyle Lowry comes out after 4 minutes. Older guy, gets his rest, and they shift Tyler to point guard. Yes, they do have Gabe Vincent in reserve. They have some younger players also. But I think that's a way to manipulate the lineups. So then you have Tyler Herro playing the first 8 minutes of the game. Kyle Lowry then comes back after a rest, and you stagger those two. Again, Kurt and I, we've been doing this for decades. Starting lineup is just an ego thing. You get to your rotation. You get to your closing lineup. That's the bigger question I have for you, Kurt Heelan, with Tyler Herro. Can Tyler Herro, and we've seen this on our chat board, and thanks everyone for chiming in here also, can he be a closer with his defense? That's where the Heat gets into trouble in the playoffs. A lot of people are saying, hey, the Heat's closing lineup will be Tyler and Kyle and Jimmy and maybe a shooter in Max Strus, maybe Victor Oladipo and Bam Adebayo. But is Tyler Herro's defense up to that moment when everyone is going to run pick and roll? When Boston is going to pick and roll with Marcus Smart, maybe they try to hide Tyler and him, and all of a sudden he's on Jaylen Brown. I think that's still what needs to be addressed, the closing lineup more than the starting lineup.
And that's what he's got to prove this year, isn't it? Like, if you're going to live up to the contract, those are the moments that matter more than just scoring 20 points a game. I think you're right, by the way. If you get close game late with Boston, they're going to run Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum pick and roll probably off of each other, try to get the matchup they want. And I think they'd go, when I look at that lineup, I'd be like, I'm going to go at Tyler Herro. And he's got to prove he can at least be a solid team defender, at least be solid enough that the help rotations are there and they can make this work. That's where he's got to earn the money.
And I agree with that. So I think I want to see the end game. And again, the ends of exhibition games don't matter. But I wonder if we get closer to the end of the preseason in one of the Heat's games, maybe coming up next week, we see a little bit more of a hint of how they're going to close. Another question I wanted to get to here is, and I don't mean this condescendingly, so don't take it the wrong way, NBA coaches lie. I know Kurt stands out there at Staples and crypto.com. And I remember when Phil Jackson was there and we'd have these pregame scrums and Frank Vogel, and the coaches wouldn't tell you anything. You would try to get an answer. Who's starting? Who's injured? Here's my question, Kurt Heelan. Victor Oladipo doesn't play the Heat scrimmage, inter-squad scrimmage on Monday. Only 3 players don't play. Udonis Haslem, because he never plays. Gabe Vincent has legitimate knee soreness. He was rested a bit during camp. And Eric Spoelstra says, nah, I don't want to play Vic in scrimmages. I want to get him ready for practices and other games. Okay. Then yesterday, before the game, they tell us Victor Oladipo is not playing the preseason opener also. Again, Eric Spoelstra says we have other games. We're going to take care of that. We want to rest Vic. Reading into those two things, knowing that coaches only tell you so much, knowing that the NBA does not require injury reports during the preseason, do you think all is really copacetic and good to go with Victor Oladipo, or does it open your eyes when we see a player sit out an inter-squad scrimmage when everyone else plays, sit out the preseason opener or your home preseason opener when you tend to play more of your players than you do in road preseason games. Is all of this Victor Oladipo is back? Victor Oladipo had a full camp. Isn't seeing believing, and we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Coaches do like, by the way, my favorite this week, I went to Lakers Kings preseason. Mike Brown wouldn't tell us the starting lineups for a preseason game.
Oh, Eric Spoelstra the same way. Yeah.
I'm like, are you kidding? What, you're protecting your competitive advantage in this?
Yes.
Anyway, what would worry me, preseason games are preseason games. It's the inter-squad scrimmage where everybody played, and he sat out, that would really raise a red flag with me. It would really catch an eyebrow where it's like, is there something a little more here? And like you said, they do not have to give an injury report. It could be very little, right? It could be just, hey, he's older. We're kind of winding him. He's had an injury history. We're just being cautious. But that's the red flag. If those inter-squad scrimmages are where you really are cranking it up in the preseason, right? Like
and Kurt, the reason I bring this up is this. When you and I were talking about trading Tyler Herro, which was sort of our sport for the last 6 weeks or so, it kept coming back to the Heat can afford to do that because even if you start Max Strus and Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry, you would have Victor Oladipo coming off the bench. So we talked ourselves into, okay, if Tyler is gone, you still have Victor Oladipo. My question now is, and a matter of fact, when I just told you my thoughts on Kyle starts, plays the first 4 minutes, Tyler goes to point guard. Yeah. Is Victor Oladipo as essential right now, knowing Tyler Herro cannot be traded this season? I know injuries can come, but if we go through our Heat hierarchy, let's say we go with a season opening starting lineup for argument's sake of Bam Adebayo, Caleb Martin, Tyler Herro, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry. So you have those 4 there. You know you're going to get to a shooter in Max Strus or Duncan Robinson because you're going to space the floor. You know you're going to get to one more big man because you have to, whether it's Omar Yurtseven or Dwayne Dedmon anyway. So I'm almost wondering, is Victor Oladipo even going to have the chance this season? Or with Tyler Herro staying, does he become what he sort of was the last 2 seasons for the Heat, just an ancillary player anyway?
I think he's going to have to earn more than that. But I think there are absolutely minutes with him next to, because he can work a little off the ball too, next to Tyler in that second unit. But he's going to have to show maybe a little more. He's shown flashes the last couple of years, right? But I don't think it's been consistent. He's going to have to show more consistency. And let's put it this way: they could really use him.
Yes,
but they can survive without him because look, if they ultimately need it, we haven't like. Gabe Vincent's there. Like, you can get some solid minutes out of Gabe Vincent. So you're going to be okay if he can't go.
Right.
But you're better if you get, frankly, you're just better if you get him out there and he's himself.
And we've gone through a full hour now, which shows you even in the preseason, there's plenty to talk about. Kurt Heelan now actually goes back to bed. His pajamas are under his shirt there by his library. 6 a.m. starting every Wednesday. We'll be back next week with another Inside the Paint brought to you by redrecover.com. And as we found, there is plenty to talk about even in the preseason. But now our Tua talk already in progress rolls on, as does the Big O Show.
You've been listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to get a 10% discount. The redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Are back. Great job as always by Ira and Kurt getting it done. Nice strong hour of NBA and Miami Heat talk. And I'll tell you that that Wembayama kid, yeah, that's people are going to tank for that guy. Holy moly, that guy is a multi-talented dude. Wow. A 7'4" guy that can dribble and shoot and an 8-foot wingspan. Yeah, that's there's gonna be a lot of tanking going on. Like 200 scouts and executives are at his workouts here with the 2 games he's coming in to play. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Anyway, welcome aboard. And by the way, because I saw this while these guys were on, I forgot who posted it. Hey, guys, nobody avoids your questions. Nobody's afraid to answer your questions. What are we, in elementary? And what are you, like a 10-year-old? Oh, Ira's staying away from the Lowry weight questions. Like Ira's ever been the guy that stays away from any kind of – this platform, we're not tied to teams. We're not tied to leagues. There are no politics. So grow the hell up. I thought it was adults that watch this show. Oh, well, Ira's avoiding the Lowry question. Oh, yeah, he must be so afraid of what the Heat might say or Lowry or something like that if he says he's out of shape. I mean, grow the hell up, dude, because it's happened with me too. Oh, O's avoiding answering, and it's like sometimes I don't see it because there's hundreds of questions. But I'm not avoiding anything or anybody else on this platform. There is no fence straddling here. Okay? And that's the way it goes. So nobody's avoiding or afraid of your questions. None of you are tough enough to ask any tough questions anyways. Because most of you talk a lot of shit. But if you were in a press conference, you'd pee in your pants before you'd ask the question. So, enough already with this. I love how some of you act like you're really tough, but you're not. So enough. Nobody's avoiding your question or anything like that. I mean, it's the silliest thing. Grow the hell up. That's what I would tell you. Grow the hell up. Oh, Big O's avoiding answering my question, huh? Get the hell out of here with that shit. It's amazing, dude. Some of you out there, grow the hell up. Anyway, good morning to all of you out there. I see Steve Chapman and Greater Good and Chris Johnson and Canes Dolphins 1989, Isaiah, Chris Castaway, Finn for Life. Bunch of you out there. Thank you all for chiming in. Appreciate all of you. Emilio says, Dímelo, O. I'm going to say Teddy will sustain a neck injury watching his career pass him by. With that said, will it be Sinnott next man or Thompson? It doesn't really matter. Okay, and it's going to be Teddy. Teddy will be fine. He'll survive. He'll get through the next game or two. I think it'll be 2, personally. I think he'll play against the Jets, and then he'll play against the Vikings, and then we're in. And then Tua will be back for the Pittsburgh game. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we shall see. So morning to all that are chiming in there. John Padilla, Kyle, Gus 1388, Nizzle, Orlando Castrillo, Neo Gazilio, Tony Zagalis. Appreciate all of you, as always, keeping it locked here. Ian Rappaport will be joining us in about 3 minutes. So we'll talk to the rap sheet man. Then at 11, we will have Matt Verderam. And I am awaiting word for another guest at 12:30. And we'll see if we can get that guest to join us, and we'll see, and hopefully we will have that guest at 12:30. So waiting for that. We got a bunch of things to talk about. Dolphins and Jets on Sunday. I've got a bunch of other things that I want to bounce around to around pro sports to talk a little bit about. Remember, Saturday, we will be at Walk-Ons in Kendall on 162nd Avenue and Kendall Drive. Mike McCoy and myself will get you ready. Sean Stanley and of course, Chad. And we'll get you ready for pre and post game for Canes and UNC. So come on out and join us, man. Let's have a big crowd. Let's build this thing up. We'll get a home for the Dolphins very soon, and we'll have the pre and post for that also at a sports bar near you. But we got the Canes one, so we'll have our pre and post game shows at Walk-Ons for the rest of the season, the remaining 8 games. And if they go to a bowl game, then we'll do that 9th game, and we'll do that one there at Walk-Ons. The food is amazing, and the bar is ginormous. TVs everywhere. The roof is like 30 foot tall. It's really a gorgeous, gorgeous, brand new bar, brand new building, everything. That whole area, that whole it's not really a mall because it's kind of like a ginormous parking lot with all kinds of buildings separate from each other. You know, there's a Panera building, there's an Olive Garden, there's the Walk-Ons, and then there's a couple of others that are there and throughout. And when you get there, you'll see it. But we will be on at 2. We'll be there by 1 o'clock. We'll be there already, you know, preparing and all that stuff. Game is at 4. So if you want to come on out and enjoy some amazing food, hang out with us. We'll you know, start to create some giveaways and all that for you while we're there. We're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna have a really good time while we're out there at Walk-Ons. So come on out and help us support the Canes, and let's get a great crowd. Let's get something going out there, man, and we'll have some fun with that. So Saturday, 2 o'clock, we go live. You can watch it right here on the platform. If you can't be at Walk-Ons, you can watch it right here on the platform. But if not, join us over at Walk-Ons in Kendall. So we appreciate that. Great show last night. If you missed last night, remember Tuesday evenings, we have 2 college shows. One that is called the State of Florida Gridiron Roundtable. I host it with Ira Schofel from War Chant and the Seminoles, Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun, and Manny Navarro, of course, from The Athletic, covering the Canes. I do a whole hour of it. I thought it was a terrific show last night. Guys were really informative, broke it all down. We had some fun. And then Mike McCoy did his thing, had Scott Patchen on. He rocked it out for an hour of Hurricanes talk. So if you missed that, remember every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, you can go back and watch it or listen to it on demand and check it out, man. Mike's doing a really good job and growing into that position there for us as the platform continues to expand. So we've got all of that going on. All right. So we await Ian Rappaport. Let me see what's going on. Let me see if we got Ian here. Okay. All right. All right. Hopefully we will get him now in a second. I don't want to get too much into a lot of deeper talk because, you know, then he's set to join us here at 10:10. So hopefully we will get him going here and get him on. Jay Hurd says Newfoundland. Oh, I completely agree. We need them to start tackling and starting to finish on their pressures with sacks. The increased pressure from the front 7 would be huge to help that secondary. Are you talking about with X? Yeah. Well, we don't know yet. We don't know what's going on with X. That's the thing. A little banged up, probably. Got a little bit of an injury. He has given up plays this year. He has not played at an elite level this year, X. So he needs to do that. All right, let's take our trip around the NFL with our Red Recover look around the NFL and Ian Rappaport.
Football fans, it's time to take a look around the NFL. It's the RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
He is locked and loaded.
What's
How
up?
you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
What's going on? How are you? Anything to talk about?
Yeah. It's just, it just sucks for us down here because, I've been one of the very few in the media that has stood next to this kid from the get-go, and I've said he's been a player and a baller. He just needed the coach and the weapons and a line that can help him out. And I thought for the last 2 years he got screwed over and over again. And then finally, here comes Mike McDaniel with a real offensive staff. Now, Chris Greer is not getting cock-blocked by Brian Flores. He can go out and make the moves he needs to make. And now you're getting the results. The kid's playing top 5 quarterbacking in the NFL. And then we have this shit happen. So it's frustrating, man, because, you watch the Bears for decades. Since McMahon, dude, they haven't had a guy. And before McMahon, I'm watching Bob Avellini and Vince Evans and shit like that when I'm growing up, And so we watch teams that will go into these valleys that they cannot find a quarterback. And Miami was in that valley for a long, long time since Marino. Yeah, Chad Pennington was a nice little quarterback, but we got that guy already beaten up at that point. And Jay Fiedler was a blue-collar guy, but no real franchise guy. And finally, you get the franchise guy, and this shit happens. And I think that's the most frustrating part about it all, Ian, because any fan base that has kind of gone through this whole thing of not being able to find a quarterback year after year after year, my God, when you finally find one, at least I knew that they found one. Others still needed to be convinced. I hope at least in these few weeks, people now will appreciate him a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think they will. And you're right. I mean, there's so much here. And, I don't know whose fault any of this is, honestly, because I know UNC has been fired. You could sort of make your own judgments on whether or not that was warranted or whether that was just a knee-jerk reaction to make sure that somebody took the blame for all this.
Fall guy.
I don't know that the protocol was violated. I don't know that someone did something wrong with the protocol. I mean, Tua was examined by like 5 doctors and all concluded he did not have a concussion. Yeah. So that's just, you can judge that from whatever it is, right?
And by the way, he came back in the second half and did not play woozy or anything and threw the kill shot to end that game, the 50-yarder. Ian, just to hate to interrupt you on this, but I'm going to interrupt you on this because I'm going to tell you who's to blame here. I'm going to tell you who's to blame here. Tua Tagovailoa. There's nobody else to blame but Tua Tagovailoa here. It's simple. It looked like a concussion on Sunday. There's no doubt about that in my mind. I thought he was out for Thursday, whatever. He comes back, he plays lights out, game's over. Fine, you move on. Some guys recover quickly, man. It happens. Sometimes it is a little bit and you come back. The problem with Tua Tagovailoa, and Saban has said it, and I'm the guy that defends him and everything. I can't defend him here. He blew out his hip with 2 fat guys catching him. He blew out one of his 2 ankles because he held on to the ball. First week against New England this season, there were 3 instances where he tried to keep the play alive, and he almost either injured himself or turned over the ball, which is something he did in his first 2 years several times. But I can understand under Brian Flores and the limitations and all that, you're kind of pushing things, and I get all of that. Understandable. On Thursday night, he wasn't playing concussed or anything. Nothing was affecting him. He was playing really well overall. The problem was, Ian, on that play, that was the 5-second mark where he's getting tackled. You can't do that in the NFL, my brother. You can't keep playing hero ball. You are not Ben Roethlisberger. You are not Cam Newton. You are not any of these big body guys that can take some hits. Montana didn't hold on to the ball. Neither did Drew Brees. Neither did Fran Tarkenton. He's these kind of quarterbacks. I believe he is Montana, actually. That's the kind of guy I think he is. But those guys got rid of the football. And Tua has a hero ball complex that even Saban has talked about from his days at Alabama. And all of his major injuries all come from hero ball. And so Thursday night had nothing to do with Sunday. They can now make it all and make and dramatize it and everything that they want, and whether they screwed up on Sunday or not, whatever. Bottom line was Tua brought this on himself, and he brings it on himself every time. I can defend him in everything else. I can't defend him here because he's got to stop the bad habit of hanging on to the ball. He does not have the kind of body that can take the punishment. So he's got to learn to get rid of the ball. I don't blame anybody but Tua Tagovailoa because he's created these problems for himself.
Yeah, I mean, I would say some of that I would agree with, some I would not agree with, because one of the problems when you have a deep strike offense, one that can really go down the field, is it doesn't always happen in 4 seconds. Sometimes it's 5 seconds, sometimes it's 6. And, you know, when you thrive on big plays and you need a quarterback to deliver the big plays, sometimes they're going to get hit. And it's unfortunate. I do not blame Tua for the concussion. You know, the hit is what it is. I mean, quarterbacks get tackled, quarterbacks get hit. It's just part of the position. I think a lot of the really good ones go through it too. I mean, in Cincinnati, Joe Burrow's kind of going through the same thing where he's trying to figure out, like,
he holds on to it.
When do I hold the ball and when do I get rid of the ball? And he makes big plays, but he also gets hit. What risk level is, you know, appropriate? I think all of those are kind of, you know, something to discuss. I would just say for Tua, you know, you never want him to get hurt and you hope his body holds up, but sometimes this is going to happen because he is going to take deep strikes down the field, and that's what you want when you trade for, say, Tyreek Hill, for instance.
Yeah, I don't mind you taking deep strikes, but when it's not there, let it go, bro. When the play's dying, let it go. And he has not learned to do that. It's funny because, and I'm going to ask him this directly when the next time he has a press conference. I'm going to be front and center. I'm going to ask him this because he also likes to quote Marino and say, pick a guy and let it fly. Well, nobody was quicker at throwing the ball away than Dan Marino. Okay? Yeah. And nobody ever in the history of the game that I've ever seen. Marino knew the play was dead. It was gone, bro. Gone. And that's a great trait to have. And he needs to actually develop that trait because all his major injuries have come from hanging on to the ball. And as I jokingly say, fat guys were catching him. Not defensive ends, not linebackers, fat guys. So he's just like Baker Mayfield, who can't outrun a drunk cop. You don't have the athleticism, brother. Get rid of the ball. And that's the only thing that I would ask him to do is get rid of it. Now, in this investigation now that he has to apparently meet with the NFL, NFLPA, what's going on here? What are they trying to accomplish, please?
So he met with the investigators yesterday, and generally the subject is the last person to be interviewed. You know, not that he's at fault. And I'm just saying, like, the person at the center of it's usually the last person to get interviewed. So that means should be wrapping up soon. I would imagine Thursday or Friday we'll probably have some sort of resolution. And, you know, what they are trying to figure out is not, did he have a concussion? Did he not? That's not the goal here. The goal here is, did the protocol work? Did doctors or whoever was involved here, team doctors, independent doctors, trainers, anyone, was the NFL protocol violated? Did they follow the proper steps? That's really what this is. It's not a gotcha, you made the wrong medical decision. It's, did you follow the right process? And, you know, so that's one thing. The other thing is the process is going to change. Process is going to change out of this. You know, it already has. I mean, if you show gross motor instability, falling down, stumbling, etc., you're going to be off the field now. It's not going to be left up to a doctor to say, was it his neck, was it his back? I think they'll be overly cautious, as they should, and now you'll just be taken off the field.
So how come T. Higgins wasn't brought up right at the same time? Because he had, 2 dings going into that game and playing? And you know, and now the J.J. Watt thing broke, which I don't think that was right to break that personal stuff. But, you know, it just it's funny how this kid is the lightning rod that everybody else. There's other things going on. People that get concussed in the games and they come right back, and yet it's not really talked about. Then this one, is it all the video and the fingers and all that? Is this the Rice all over again? Is that what it is?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, but I do think, the indelible image of his fingers, of going in the fencing posture and his fingers looking like they did, was really jarring for some people. And I don't think, or I don't know that he did anything wrong. I don't know that, he's really at fault here. So I don't think he's getting criticized. It's just he's been in the news because people are talking about the situation he's involved in, not necessarily saying it's something that he did wrong.
By the way, one of your former stops, do they have a quarterback controversy?
Where's that?
In Dallas? Just
God.
I
thought you meant in New England with Bailey Zappi.
Oh, yeah, no, I know the owner wanted Bailey apparently and all that stuff over. I mean, listen, Brian Hoyer has been stealing money from this league the last couple of years. He's a terrible quarterback. He has no business starting in the NFL. So, but it's funny to hear people talk about how, with Jerry and all this, would he create a controversy now with Cooper? And it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, no, the answer obviously is no, but
of course not.
It's interesting because the Cowboys got a lot of criticism when they didn't go try to get someone better. Why would you go with Cooper Rush? Why not try to get Jimmy Garoppolo or Cam Newton or whoever? And it's like, maybe they knew. Maybe they knew that this was a really viable backup quarterback. And, going back to the Dolphins a little bit, like, nobody wants to pay money for something they're not going to use. Nobody wants to pay $6.5 million for a backup quarterback who's never going to play. You hope that it's a waste of money. However, when you get to where the Dolphins are now, I bet they're damn happy that they paid $6 million for Teddy Bridgewater because he's going to give them a chance to win.
Well, I tell you what, we got Dolphin fans that want Skylar Thompson instead. I'm like, come on, man. He was terrific, but he played nobody.
Fans want a lot of things, to be fair. So,
I mean, it's just like they have no idea what defenses are going to do. And then they brought up Cooper Rush, and it's like, well, Cooper Rush has actually been in the league for 5 years. He's not a fresh-eyed rookie. He's been in the same division, going back and forth. Giants out, so he is comfortable in that division and everything for 5 years. He has way more experience than Skylar Thompson. You know what I mean? As impressive as Skylar Thompson has been. Any ballpark? Any guess you think how long Tua's out? I think he's back for Pittsburgh. By the way, I think Teddy Two Gloves plays the Jets, and then he plays his former team. Everybody writes about all that stuff, and then he's back 24 days removed from it to take down Flo and the Steelers.
I don't know. And that's one of the tough things about concussions is, it's not like a sprained ankle where you say, this kind of sprained ankles, you're back 2 games. So I hope he's back when he's ready. I don't know that it's going to be an extended period of time, but I know with all the eyeballs on it, you knew he was going to be out this game for sure. For sure. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he's able to get back to practice. But, you just hope that he feels better. I think that's the main thing.
Strange thing about Tua. As much as he's been injured, notice one thing. He is a very quick healer in all of them. Doesn't matter. I mean, he blew out his hip, and he was 10 months later ready to get slammed by Michael Brockers on an NFL field.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a tough kid. And he got, his bell rung in the first half of that game and came back in the second half to throw the kill shot. So this guy, look, they have Ethan Carter, who probably will miss again this week. That's 4 weeks with a concussion. They're all different. This kid seems to heal quickly. I don't know what it is. Everybody's different, man. We're all wired differently, but it's a hell of a story. All right, what are you working on the NFL Network this week, my man?
Well, that's a little bit of a different week. We got a different pregame show because it's a game in London, which is on NFL Network, which will be a lot of fun. Packers, Giants, and we'll see what happens with this Tua thing and the investigation, and we'll kind of go from there. It'll be interesting.
Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet and catch his work there at the NFL Network. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you as always.
Good stuff, man. Take care.
You got it. There you go. The great Ian Rappaport. That's our look around the NFL.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O for 10% off. The RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
And I tell you, Red Recover works. It's been helping me grow my hair back here in my patch. And then obviously pain for my wife, her knees. And she uses the wraps, which are amazing, incredibly affordable, by the way. Okay, that's the other thing. I want you to go check it out. Go to redrecover.com. Ankle, knees, back, neck, elbow. You got a little tennis elbow, or it's great for just working out. Yeah, because let's say you get some regular soreness in a certain area, one of the joints. Well, what you do is you actually use the treatment before and after your workouts, and you're going to feel the difference. It gets the blood flow going. It really helps out alleviating that pain and that discomfort. And let me tell you something. If you have a recent operation and you've got a scar, red light therapy can help that scar heal and practically disappear, which is amazing. We've got some of those examples also. RedRecover.com. Check out the video blogs, the blogs. Check out some of our shows with the doc that we explain a lot of that stuff. RedRecover.com. All right, let me go this way here a little bit because getting too much to that side. But anyway, so check it out, redrecover.com. Use our code BIG-O. You will get 10% off. Hayden Hurst, tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals. He uses it, and he uses it before and after his workouts. So check it out, redrecover.com. Alex, Ian Rappaport is a class guy. Always enjoy his insight. Yes, he's very good. Always. Brooklyn Rob, McDaniel's press conference at 10:45. Well, let's see if we can go to it. We'll try to go to it. Sean will have it ready for us, and we will play that press conference. We're not going to go to camp today like we do sometimes. It's an odd time right before practice, and I just don't know what we're going to end up getting there. So I figured it would be better for us to be here. Maybe we'll go tomorrow, because we're on in the afternoon. Maybe we'll do something tomorrow out there. Who knows? Let's see. You think Dolphins re-sign Tua? Way too early to talk about any of that stuff. I would say that they are going to re-sign Tua if he does what he's supposed to do from here on out, is take care of himself. So that's what he has to do. He won't have a career if he continues down this path. It's up to him now. That's it. He created this problem for himself, and he has to get rid of the damn football. Unfortunately, that's it. So it's up. He can last for a long, long time in this league, but he has to do his part. He cannot be Cam Newton. He cannot take on punishment. No big quarterback can do that. Not Drew Brees, not Joe Montana. None of those kind of guys can take a world of punishment. And Montana rarely took any. And when he did, it messed up his back. So, Kadura says, Big O, I'm very happy with our O-line. It's been doing well, and now I see running lanes opening. Yeah, slowly but surely. This week would be nice to have. The next couple weeks, if you're going to be without Tua, I mean, it's always nice to have the running game no matter who you have on your team. But to help Teddy, you really need a running game, man, so he can work the play action a little bit better. He's a smart guy. He's going to know all the defenses. This is the plus. The negative is that Teddy is limited, and that's just kind of part of it. But he's smart enough that he'll play within his limitations, and most of the time he'll be able to make some plays, and he's got anticipatory skills too. So it's just he's just got to stay away from the turnovers. That's it. Stay away from the turnovers. And by the way, he's another guy that has had a frail body too, and has suffered some pretty serious injuries And that's because you've got to be smart. You cannot take the punishment. It doesn't matter, man. Eventually they broke down Cam Newton because Cam's game was so, limited that if he couldn't run, he really was never going to be an effective player because he's not good enough from the pocket to beat you. He's not accurate enough to beat you from the pocket. You know what I mean? I as much as I don't believe in Lamar as a quarterback, I will give him a boatload of credit that he is trying his hardest this year to stay in the pocket and make plays from the pocket, something he should have done a lot more in years past. Now, still can't do it. Still can't beat you from the pocket. And the Dolphins and the Bills proved that once they made it a game. That's it. It was over. They took out the running game and it was done. But I give him credit at least that he's trying to make that transition of playing in the pocket and trying to be, that guy. Oh, by the way, EJD Construction, a proud sponsor of our program. We love talking about EJD Construction. Eric has done several jobs for us. One of our listeners just called to actually redo their roof because they've got to try to pass for insurance inspections, and obviously with storms and everything, a lot of people are having trouble renewing because their roofs are too old. EJD Construction can redo that new roof for you, man. You're talking custom home construction, major home remodeling. He's a contractor, man. They can do it all. And when you want to build an entire second floor to your house, they can do that. You want to build an extension, they can do that. You want to remodel the entire kitchen, they can do that. One of our listeners, he built this outside. It's not a tiki hut, but it's kind of like I gotta ask him exactly what the hell the name of that thing is, because it's not a tiki, because it's not the hay stuff, but it's kind of this hut that they built back in the backyard, and it was badass. Full kitchen, barbecue, grease trap, everything, you name it. That's what I'm telling you. Custom home construction, major home remodeling, not a handyman. Eric, call them, and they're fully insured. Liability, workers' comp. I talk about Cutter's Edge. I talk about EJD Construction. They're all insured because their employees they have to be insured. They get injured on your property, they can sue you. But when you're insured, you don't worry. You're protected because the company that's working for you is protected. That's why EJD Construction not only does a great job, but they're also protecting you, the customer, just like Cutter's Edge Pro does. Same thing. I would not have anybody advertising on this platform if they're not insured, because I'm not going to tell you to go use somebody that's not insured and then they get injured on your property and boom, now all of a sudden you're responsible. That's not right, man. That's not right. Call them 305-433-4843. They keep the cost low with shell construction in-house. Reliability, accountability, it's all there. They've been a proud sponsor of our show for many years now. 305-433-4843. Call Eric. That's his personal cell number. You've been looking to do some work in your home? Call ejdconstruction.com. All right. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, that's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, because that, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show. Tua's actually moving around in and out of the pocket better than ever, but 5 seconds with the ball still in your hands. Yeah, no, whatever, man. Look, I get what goes on. All right. This is a very delicate situation. So everybody's kind of walking on eggshells and you're afraid to blame somebody or lay the blame on this or that. And I'm not, man. I'm super comfortable. I'm super comfortable. I see exactly what went on there. And I have to lay it on Tua's feet. That's all. It's on him. No one else. I get it. We see him concussed. His fingers are turned around. I mean, I went through it too. I already told you. I went through a second grade concussion. My hands went inward like this. They coupled and they went inward. and I couldn't control him. It's just something I'm looking at. I'm like, whoa, what the hell is this? You know, and I couldn't move. I couldn't control my arms at all. It was just an action that went on. So you'll be fine. You'll recover. You'll move on. It happened to me, almost 25 years ago or whatever. And so, about 25 years ago. So, it just, you'll get over it. But I have to talk about the issue because there's so many other injuries that he's had for the same problem. And he could have gotten injured in game 1 against New England by trying all that stuff that he was trying. But I get it, man. Listen, most people don't have the guts to actually say what's going on. It's funny. It's just the way it is. But what are you going to do? Disagree with you, Big O. You and I are equally wanting Tua to succeed, have been since the draft, wanted no part of Herbert. You disagree with what? I'm not sure. Okay. So suddenly Shad believes winning is a QB stat. He didn't feel that way when you brought it up with Herbert. I don't. You know what? That's a good point. With Shad yesterday, I love Shad, bro, but you could tell that he's kind of caught in the wrong spot here. You know what I mean? And just like Joe, there's lots of them. Okay, lots of people that weren't believing in the kid, and now and now you got to talk about the injury because you can't talk about his play because his play, it's just like the idiot the other day we just kicked off of the show because no, he was playing okay. Okay, all right. See, if you can't admit when you're wrong, it's just a bad look. Admit when you're wrong. That's all. Do me that favor. Big O Penguin up. That's right, baby. Omar says, do you think the NFL, since they apparently hate Tua, will force him to retire after? No. Omar, what kind of stupidity are you into? What's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you? You believe all the FUD out there? Tua's not going to retire. Tua's not going to be forced to retire. Tua will play and will come back and will kick ass. The real question is, will Tua make the right decisions with the football? That's the real question. No, it doesn't matter what other people talk about. Look at the history. He comes back from all this stuff. I'm telling you that if he's fine right now, he would want to play against the Jets on Sunday. This is a kid that has a warrior-like mentality. Every example he has shown you is that he overcomes terrible coaches, terrible players, terrible systems, bad offensive lines, injuries, doubt, criticism. He overcomes every damn bit of it. So I'm not sure, Omar, what you're seeing, but I see one of the most resilient people I have ever seen in my entire life. So I have zero doubts that Tua Tagovailoa will come back and will star and will shine. But my only concern I have with Tua, will you make the right decisions from here on out with the football? I'm not talking about your passes. I'm talking about when the play is over. Are you finally going to get rid of the football? Because that's what's going to determine whether you're going to be in the Ring of Honor and the Hall of Fame, or in a couple of years, you'll be back in Hawaii watching the game because you suffered too many concussions. So it's up to him. Jordan Reed had over 10 concussions and kept playing. And so nobody's going to force anybody. Tua will make his own determination on all of this. And every indication is that Tua comes back from everything. I will tell Tua what I'm telling you. I guarantee you that. I will be, the next time Tua has the press conference, I will be front and center, and I will ask him about holding on to the ball because that's your real problem. And that's it. Anybody wants to admit it, fine. But I get it, man. I get it. It's hard to blame somebody when you're watching them on the ground and they're all messed up at that moment. And like Rap Sheet was just saying, well, you don't want to blame Tua. I'm sorry, I'm blaming Tua. How many more hits do you want to take, kid? And this whole thing, like he said, play developing. No, dude, you don't wait 5 seconds. Play's over. Get rid of it. They're chasing you. Once the play's done, Tua, take a grounding call. If it's too short on the window that they're about to close in on you, just throw the ball down. I don't care. Take the 15 yards. Do not take the hit. Do anything. Take a penalty. Take a sack. Lie down on the floor. Do a Brett Favre. Lie down on the floor so Strahan can tag you. Do that, please. Do not take any more hits. I was, while I'm a Kyler Murray believer as a quarterback because he can pass, what was my biggest concern with Kyler Murray coming out of the draft was that guy can't take any hits. And he can't. But guess what? He doesn't. But he's got wheels. He's got wheels that Tua never had. So it's a whole different ballgame. He can do things to get away from people that Tua will never be able to do. And Russell Wilson the same way. So those kind of guys can take some chances. See what I'm saying? Tua is a much better pocket passer than Kyler Murray, but Kyler Murray is a passer, but he also adds that element to his game. And it's a beautiful element because you can't catch that water bug. It's impossible to catch that guy. So you can't get it. It's like Warwick Dunn, watching him run, and you're like, man, nobody ever gets a clean shot on Warwick Dunn. And that's why the small running back lasted so long, because he was exceptional at avoiding the big hit. Marvin Harrison, not a big receiver, but buddy, he caught the ball, slid, he caught the ball, ran out of bounds. He wasn't taking on any tacklers. He knew what he was. So this is not just a quarterback thing. Yesterday again with Joe Shad, he's like, oh, so now you're saying it's his body. I'm saying, no, Joe, no. I get it. His body is not a big body. You're using it as an excuse. I'm using it as common sense. Tons of players are not meant to take shots. But it's up to them to play the game so they don't take the shots. And it happens at other positions like running back, like wide receiver, like I explained. Ted Ginn, man, he probably extended his career by running out of bounds. He probably had less concussions and less injuries because he ran out of bounds. Tua, brother, get rid of the ball, please. Please get rid of the ball. Please. The Dolphins haven't had a quarterback since Marino. You're the only franchise quarterback they've had. I don't know when they're going to get another one. Take care of the ball. I mean, take care of your body, not the ball. Okay? Don't turn it over, but get rid of it. Yeah. Check down was there. Yeah, no, people were open. Yeah. You got to get rid of the ball, dude. You got to get rid of the ball. But just don't take the hit. That's all. That's all I ask. I don't think it's a lot. I think it's pretty smart on his part. And I think everybody would appreciate it in the organization. No, he doesn't play scared, Kadura. That's not in his DNA either. I don't know if you've noticed that. There we are. We've got the press conference. You know what? Keep it like that. Keep it like that. Let's do that. I like that. Keep it just like that. So that way, let's take off the billboard and let's keep it there. And then once the second the screen pops, we'll go to it and we'll get it right from the get-go. So let's do that. Yeah, Sean. Keep me on the side talking. Yeah, I mean, it's not like anybody needs to see my face anyways. My face isn't pleasant to watch. So it's not like I'm some GQ guy here doing the show. There we go. Let's go to the head coach.
Are you getting tighter?
You can go. We're not enjoying it.
Oh, I can tell. There's a lot of side mouth talk too. Like, can you believe this guy?
Mike, could you please give us an update on the health of your two starting corners? Is Byron ready to begin that 21-day practice window to come off PUP? And will Xavier try to play through the groin as he has? It's a two for
yeah,
one, but yet packaged as a one.
That was smooth though. You almost got me. X is going to be day to day. He's going to do everything in his power to play against the Jets on Sunday. And then Byron will not begin the 21-day. We're still going to take our time with it. It's not progressing as fast as we obviously had hoped from the spring and into the summer. But there hasn't been a major setback or anything. We're just we mean what we say when I won't put a dude on the field unless he has complete stability. And there's too many other risks that can happen if around other people. So we'll keep addressing that, and that could change because again, it hasn't had to do with like a major setback. So that could change at any time, day by day, week by week.
Mike, Keon Crossan seemed to be getting some trainer attention Monday. Do you have any update on him?
Yeah, no, there was a little, I mean, that was attentive of you. You're on it. I can't believe you're the only one that noticed. You weren't the only one. No, it was, he's got a little thing that he's getting treatment for, on his, I believe it's upper leg, lower glute type area. Nothing that will be severely serious, but something he has to get treatment on, and we'll continue to work with him as the week goes to see if he can be ready for Sunday.
Over the weekend, I had seen something where Kevin O'Connell, first coach like yourself, had said that after his first win, everyone had reached out to him to congratulate him after his first loss. They got like 5 text messages. I was just curious, in the days that followed Thursday's loss, we were able to maybe lean on maybe any contemporaries, any mentors, especially given everything that's transpired on the team.
Yeah, the cricket world is real. No, I think there's, I did get, as the weekend progressed, there was some texts from several peers that mean a lot to me. But I mean, what kind of fool would I be if I would have taken this job and been like, a loss? Oh, adversity? I quit, So me personally, the way I kind of look at the job is that there could be, everybody can be a head coach when everything's going well, when you're winning, if you win a couple in a row. Football's fun. It's easy to lead. But the whole what this job is to me is coaching after losses and adversity in general. So, although, I'm not excited for the opportunity, I recognize it immediately as an opportunity and didn't take this job or didn't work to be in a position to be prepared to do this job with any delusion that stuff's not forefront. All the guys that I've learned from in my career, the ones that really stand out are guys that respond in losing streaks after a loss, after some adversity. That's the name of the game to me. So I did get some well wishes, but this was you don't know what it's going to look like. You don't know what it's going to be, but you know it's going to happen. And guess what? It will continue to. So that's part of the job for sure.
We've seen a lot of backup quarterback play already in the NFL through 4 weeks. How fortunate do you feel to have Teddy? Because whether it's salary cap reasons or others, a lot of teams aren't able to spend or have a caliber backup like the Dolphins.
It's everything. That's why you go out in free agency and spend a good, a nice little chunk of the salary cap on a guy that on paper isn't supposed to play. The amount you want to talk about making the quarterback's job is to make his teammates better. If you operate and they are better because of you, you're doing a good job at playing the position of quarterback, because you have the ball in your hands every play and you have to give it to somebody. And you also have to have players play together around you. Teddy's already made all of his teammates better on this Sunday coming in the future, simply by how he's conducted himself, how he's owned the offense. And really, there is a relief you can hear in people's voices when, even if they're a great player, when you are the distributor of the football on every play, guys that are in a groove that have started to, this will be their 5th game of the season. You hear anxiety in the huddle, or you hear a little lack of confidence in their voice, and it completely changes how you play. So to have not only his past history help him, but everything he's done in the building, it's a huge, humongous deal. So feel very fortunate, and very, very fortunate to have Teddy, because Tu will tell you himself, and Skylar, the whole room is better at their jobs because of Teddy. And that takes a special person that has started, that is capable of starting in the National Football League, that understands how much value he can have backing someone up and taking them under his wing. It's immense and can't understate it.
Mike, what kind of approach would you like to see from Teddy going into this game, considering how special of a moment it could be him starting their hometown team?
Well, it's more about the process. It's more, especially at the quarterback position, not letting noise or extraneous thoughts. Dude's playing football. He's done that for a long time. He was wearing 2 gloves at the quarterback position before that was a thing. And that it's like every other player. Guys really wanted to win against Cincinnati, and we're able to find on the tape moments where guys were trying too hard to individually make plays themselves, and understanding. Somebody got a text. But understanding that you want to put forth full effort, but you're going to win a game as a team, so you don't have to do anything spectacular, but besides do what you have done that's gotten you there. So biggest thing to him is he owns the playbook. He knows exactly what to do in every situation. He's plenty prepared for this. So to enjoy it more than anything, that's the biggest thing, is to enjoy this opportunity that he has to play with his teammates and have fun doing it.
Mike, how much? Sorry, go ahead.
And to follow up on that, you mentioned how he's kind of made the whole quarterback one better. How have you seen him kind of work in his style and instruction to take over that backup role ahead of Sunday?
Oh, how hasn't he? Is that like Skylar is very inquisitive. He's not looking for information handouts, but he will have a question on everything because he wants to do it the right way. So it's a game changer to have a veteran leader in that room that you can comfortably ask questions to, because who knows? We get it all the time. Like a lot of times players will withhold information that they don't know about a play, about their assignments, because they're like, man, did I miss it? Or maybe I just shouldn't know that. And it happens all the time, that pretending to be on it, when really there's a couple holes in the equation. And to have a guy like Teddy, that's so approachable and offers everything that he has to offer to these dudes. Now, I mean, who knows how many questions Skylar's gotten answered. Maybe that one domino clicked to the next, just because he has that resource of someone that, regardless of how much we tell the players we won't judge them for a question, invariably they feel judged. And so you can go to a judgment-free zone. There it is. Found it.
Mike, generally speaking, how much of a difference does it make for a quarterback to have the full week to prepare as the starter, as opposed to going into the game because of an injury, and how does that manifest itself on game?
Anybody remember the Sage Rosenfels? The thing I brought up? Not in general. I think he has like a game record, or one of the top 5 game. I can't remember if it's yardage or whatever. So not in a disparaging way, but Sage Rosenfeld's top, second year in the league, 2007, I think. And he in Houston, and he opened my eyes to something I had no idea about as a coach or even as a player, and the disparity between preparing as the backup as opposed to preparing as the starter, and how he was legendary. He told me himself, and then it was like self-fulfilling prophecy. He continued to do it as his career progressed, but he would go and light it up off the bench. But the weight, the production meetings, the interviews, the headlines, the loved ones reaching out, the people trying to get tickets to the game, these things add up, and these are human beings. So starting is much, much different than preparing. And I didn't know that off the surface, but once he said it, it made total sense, that it was like, wow, this is a big difference when you're preparing to be the starter. All the more important that Teddy relies on all of his training and where he's at. I feel very good about where he's at, and I think that he can minimize that distinction as best you can, because it is different, as I learned early and have witnessed since then my whole career.
He also started a couple of times years before with the Dolphins.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So, and then and it will always be this way. So it's not just you guys, I promise you, but fans, media, coaches, everybody in football, your favorite player is the backup quarterback. Grass is greener. And so that Sage was like, he was so cool about it. He was just very honest. He was like, yeah, that he when he was in Houston, he was like, yeah, this is a different deal. He was like, that's why I have so much respect for Matt Schaub, because of how he handles himself, because it lighted up in practice, but you prepare for a whole week and know all the ins and outs of the game plan, and then all the different defensive things that can occur. It can get overwhelming. So yeah. And I swear did anyone Google it? He has some sort of benchmark, maybe his touchdowns thrown in a game. Come on, I thought you guys were quicker. If only you guys had like access to computers.
I can think of Matt Flynn too. He had a huge game.
Yeah, dude. Well, since I brought that up, you guys have sent out 45 tweets and we still haven't looked it up. Can I get a little help?
With so many people obviously wanting any information you have on Tua, can you get a sense of what he can do this week? Will he be in quarterback meetings? Will he travel to New York? What will he do essentially?
So it's at this point in time, he's in the protocol, and it's all about the only thing it's about, and that's the health of the human being. So, you know, he's it's a change in routine for him. So, you know, and he loves football and loves being around his teammates. So he will, it's another example of us having to have honest and forthright communication with the medical staff, but he'll be around as long as it doesn't adversely affect him, as best possible. We want, he's a captain of this team, and we want him to be present as much as he can, but not at any sort of cost to his process, getting himself healthy and going through that procedure. So that will be case by case. And I know if he's able, he'll be around as much as he can, because he's already got FOMO. I can feel it.
Mike, there's been a lot of talk about optics surrounding Tua and his concussion. Did optics factor into at all in ruling him out on Monday so early in the week, or was it just clear medically he would not be ready by Sunday, even back then?
Yeah, optics are to the team and the players, and the second that I start doing things because I think it's some answer that somebody else wants, that's to me that I'm failing at my job. My job should start and end at what's the best thing for the team and everybody involved, the players, and it will always be about individual players first, because that's in my title, it's coach. What does a coach do? You're supposed to coach players. It's the players' opportunity that we have to take best advantage of. So no, that's not really my speed, I would say. I'm not I feel like it's very vital that the integrity of my position, that I stay true, right, wrong, or indifferent to whatever decision, but it's done for the right reasons, and I won't stray from that.
Obviously, in your line of work, you can't pay credence to every comment, every bit of criticism said about you, but is it any harder to tune things out when people are suggesting something's wrong with your character, that you did something wrong here?
That would probably be hard, or that it'd probably be crumbling if it was coming from within the team or the people that it is my job to service. I mean, outside of that, it's actually quite the opposite. Again, you have to be delusional to think that you're going to have a part in, or, who knows, everything's reactionary anyway. So if people want to, whatever, if I'm listening to that or thinking about that, really thinking about it, if I'm spending time thinking about that, let's say Monday night for 5 seconds, that's 5 seconds that I'm not thinking about all the other things that relate to the team and the upcoming game. So preparing for the Jets, and I've been a huge fan of this sport, since you guys heard the story, since I can remember. And I fully have way too much respect for the game, for everyone involved, for everybody that's counting on me. That, I mean, I'm actually the anti-TO, I would say. You know, talk good about me, talk bad about me, just talk about me. I'd be cool if no one talked about anything. That's how I've been operating my whole career. But fully expecting that they're going to have all sorts of opinions, because that's the nature of the beast. That's what happens when you watch it and are a fan of it for your entire life. You see it happen over and over. And I mean, nothing, I guess, in that avenue would really surprise me.
What needs to happen for the running game to get where you want it to be?
Well, we need to have a better commitment from, starting with me, in the plays that are called, and we need to have a better execution by everyone in the really on the team, including the quarterback, at operating the run plays. These are things that in the course of a season, you could be surprised if you took like 4 game blocks and broke down people's statistical wherever they're at in the league. It's not unfounded to have a 4 game block where you're down in a phase, and that becomes a strength of yours as the season progresses. As a coaching staff and as a team, that's our plan, is to for it to progress and become a strength of ours. That's the goal. And so we have a tremendous opportunity to every week redefine what we are. That's the cool thing about the National Football League, is there's a week in between games, and then you get a reset. And so I think that really it's just a concerted effort by everyone, and including the coaches, to prioritize that and to better execute that when the bolts are flying on Sunday.
What is your relationship with Robert Saleh? Different sides of the ball in San Francisco, seemingly different personalities. What's your relationship like?
And so this whole team, the Jets, is probably, outside of the team I just left, it has I've worked with all these guys for so long, and you talk about a guy that, Robert and I were both hanging on as young NFL assistants back in 2006, and then we both ended up being let go in Houston at some point and scratching and clawing to stay in the league. One of the closest coaches to me that exist in the league, and then probably the guy that I've worked alongside the most, besides Kyle Shanahan, is Mike LaFleur, who's that does an unbelievable job over there. That credit really hasn't been given to him, but I'm sure that credit is sometime in the future, maybe near, hopefully not too near, like next Sunday. But so Coach Saleh, very close. Mike LaFleur, very, very close. Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator, I'm very tight with. There's a laundry list of guys. There was even Miles Austin, a receiver coach, was the first player that I had ever coached that we got into coaching in San Francisco. So the list: John Benton, White Cotton, Rutenberg. There's a laundry list of guys. Very, very, very good relationship, working and personal. And so that's why I have a clear-cut vision on what it's going to take for our guys to be happy with their performance on Sunday, because I know how detailed and passionate and how much energy those guys in wherever they're at, New York, New Jersey, those guys are preparing for us today on Wednesday and for the rest of the week.
All right.
So it was most fourth.
There you go. That's the head coach, Mike McDaniel. Just a couple things real quickly here, and then I'll go over it because we're going to go to Matt Verderam in a minute here to start off hour number 2 on the program. Going over a couple things. Byron Jones not coming back. So, they kind of felt confident in the offseason that he would be ready for the regular season, and obviously he has not healed up quickly, and he has had setbacks. Clearly, he's not Tua Tagovailoa, who actually, heals up quickly. So it's funny, but not good that Byron is still dealing with this injury, and it's going to drag on, it looks like, for a couple of more weeks. X-Man is day to day. So you look at this game and you say, well, you would really like to have your starting corners in here because you obviously don't have Tua. So now you may not have both guys. Byron for sure is out again this week and probably next week. X-Man, you have no idea if he's going to get back. Keon Crossan dealing with an injury in the glute area. Nice job by Perk answering that question. So we will find out. But that is one thing that really stood out from that press conference. We'll get into some of the other things with Tua in a few minutes. But first, let's get ready for hour number 2, which we're already deep into it. And we started with Matt Verderam and our Red Recover inside the huddle.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All right, Matt, let's just start off the segment with a really childish thing. The Eagles have just made a move. They signed a kicker by the name of Cameron Dicker to the practice squad.
Hopefully that works out for them.
I hope so.
I got to leave it at that. Good luck to Cameron.
I hope he's able to penetrate that football through the goalposts.
I'm betting he is too.
Yeah, I mean, well, if he's going to live up to his namesake, I mean, you got to do something like that. You got to be.
That's a tough name. Like in high school, that's a tough name.
Oh, in elementary and junior high,
that's tough.
That's a real tough name.
He might be the toughest kicker in the league because you get in a lot of fights with that name.
Yes, yeah,
yeah.
I mean, if you're telling me, once you use it on me and I'm named Dicker, I'm going, yeah, that's what your mom said, and then that's it. And then,
there's a lot of fights with that. There's a lot of fights with that name.
It's a lot of fights going on there. All right. So you got a taste there of Mike McDaniel. Yep. Obviously this whole Tua thing. And just so you'll know where I stand on this, I don't really view this like 99% of the media because I got to think there's a percent that's on my side. I view this completely different. And so I want to know how you view all of this because to me, Thursday had nothing to do with Sunday. And while Sunday was a mistake because he looked like he was concussed, we all thought, but then he comes back and he throws the kill shot and he plays. And that's the thing about these concussions, dude. They're all different. One guy could be out for a week or 3 months. You're old enough. Eric Lindros, every time he had
Oh,
a
yeah.
concussion, it got worse and worse and worse.
Yep.
Steve Young, every time he got a concussion, he was out longer and longer and longer. So for some people, you're out for a long time. Jordan Reed, former Florida tight end, bounced around the league a bit. He might have had 10 or 11 reported concussions.
He had a lot. Yep.
He had a lot, and he kept playing. You know what I mean? So they're all different. So here's my point to all of this. And I'm going to ask Tua, I've said this many times already in the last week, when he has his next press conference, I'm going to be front and center asking him this because I got to blame him, dude. I do. I got to blame him. And here's the reason why. You go back to the hip injury at Alabama, it's two fat guys catching him because he's playing hero ball instead of getting rid of the ball. And by the way, that when they caught him, he was way outside of the tackle box already at that point. Refused to get rid of the ball. There goes his hip. Now he's got that. One of his two ankle injuries, I looked it up. I saw it. Again, hero ball hanging on. Week 1 against the Patriots this year. He tried hero ball a couple times, trying to keep a play alive, almost either turned over the ball or got himself injured. Well, on Thursday night, he was playing fine, dude. He made some excellent throws. He had the bad interception. He got a little cocky. Okay, fine. But overall, he was fine. His problem was, Matt, when he got sacked, that was the 5-second mark. And you're getting sacked by a fat guy. And as I've said before, if you have Baker Mayfield athleticism, because he can't outrun a drunk cop. So if you have that kind of athleticism, get rid of the football, young man. Most of your injuries and hell that you've gone through, it's because you continue to play hero ball. And that's the one thing that for a quarterback of his size, I was terrified of Kyler Murray coming into the league. Not because I don't think he's a passer. I actually think he's a passer. I like him as a passer. I think he's got the skill set. But my problem was, dude, that guy can't take a hit. But he's got that Warwick Dunn skill. You don't get clean hits on him. Like Barry Sanders, you don't get clean hits. Tua does not have the gift of Russell Wilson or Kyler Murray to have those wheels. So I know it's difficult to blame him for this right now. But, yeah, the doctors failed him, whatever. The NFL failed him. I'll go with all of that. But on Thursday night, he failed himself. And he's got to stop doing that because that's what's brought on the major problems in his career.
He holds on to the ball at times. I mean, that I think is just, you can watch the game and see that. But I can't get to where I blame him for what happened in that game. Like at some point, now look, let's also say we talked last Wednesday, day before the game. And we were not sitting here saying like he should not play on Thursday night. I am not a doctor. Like the one thing I'm not going to do is sit up here and say, well, I knew that he had a concussion. Like, look, when he got hit by Matt Milano against Buffalo, it looked like he had a head injury. I mean, he got up, he's holding his head, he's wobbly. I mean,
never touch his back, never touched his
back. I mean, for all the world, it looks like he's got a head injury. Okay. And then the Dolphins initially classified it as he has a head injury. And then it became, no, he doesn't have a head injury. He has a back injury. He also has an ankle injury, and he's questionable for Thursday night. Okay. Now, whether or not he has a back and an ankle injury, I have no idea. Okay. I'm not on the medical staff. I don't know. What I do know is when you have a concussion like he had on Thursday night, and you have that fencing response, which is like an automatic neurological response. To me, at some point, then it becomes, okay, look, where does it go from here? Like that to me now, like the NFL is going to do its investigation. The NFLPA is involved. And by the way, I have zero faith in the NFL to do this investigation properly. So, I mean, we'll see how that goes. And the NFLPA, the same thing, by the way. Their own members don't think they'll do the investigation properly. So I don't expect this to be a real hammer-down investigation. What's more interesting to me at this point is, you hope he just can come back and he's okay, and this doesn't become a thing where he's concussed all the time.
Right.
But the other question I have right now is, when does he play again? I mean, the Dolphins came out and immediately ruled him out. I was listening to McDaniel's presser, and he said, well, it's not about optics, but he had a long pause, and he kind of like went around. Well, let's be honest. It's somewhat about optics at this point.
Optics.
I mean, come on. Let's just call a spade a spade. Of course, part of it's optics. Of course it is. Like, the reality – now, look, I don't think he's going to play whether they rolled him out Monday or Saturday. But the point is, they ruled him out immediately because they didn't want that conjecture around it all week long. And I get that. But now it becomes like, how long does he miss? Like 1 or 2 weeks? Does he miss 1 or 2 months? When you look at what happened to him Thursday night, my feeling is that was a failure across the board. The independent doctors didn't do their job. The team doctors don't appear to have done their job. I get less on McDaniel.
Or maybe they all did their jobs because the protocols were weak.
Well, and I was just about to say,
because to me, that's really what, because that doctor's nothing more than a fall. It's a Chris Carter
he's a fall guy. He's a fall guy
Yeah.
because he's not affiliated with the team, and he's the easiest guy to fire. And
Now,
so
here's what I've said, Matt. If there's real, what we call in the medical business malpractice,
right?
Well, then when I see a lawsuit, then I'll believe this bullshit. But meanwhile, all I believe is that this is just a PR thing. So the NFL tries to cover up their mess up because obviously their protocols weren't good enough because the doctor said, hey, I followed all the protocols. The guy passed the protocols. Did you watch him play in the second half? He went out and balled out. What do you want me to do? And these are the protocols you set. And I went, well, you shouldn't have let him back in because he was wobbly. Give me a break, dude. You've got T. Higgins in the game after 2 concussions leading into that game.
Well,
You've got now the JJ Watt thing came out that he had to restart his heart on a Tuesday to play on a Sunday. I mean, give me a break, dude. It happens all over the damn league. Cameron Brate was knocked out and came right back.
I was literally just going to say Cameron Brate's name. So yeah, look, I agree with you. Like the protocol in theory is great, but nobody applies it the way it needs to be applied, or very few teams apply it the way it needs to be applied. You're right. Like, look, I remember a game. This was a handful of years ago. I remember Matt Moore in a playoff game with the Dolphins against Pittsburgh.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Go look it up on YouTube if people don't. I mean, I'm sure it's the first thing you'll see with Matt Moore. He got rocked. Like, I thought he might have been dead. He missed 1 play. They put him right back on the field. And, of course, I'm sure a bunch of people in this chat will remember it from Miami. I mean, he got killed and that came right back out there. And I'm not indicting Miami. I was a totally different group of people.
No, it's just the league.
It happens all the time.
Yes.
It happens all the time.
And by the way, most of these guys want to come back too. And this is why JJ Watt.
Players need to be kept from themselves.
The world wants to keep JJ Watt out, but JJ Watt wants to play. And this is the other problem I have with all of this. They all know the risks. They all know the risks, and they want to do this.
But the players need to be safe from themselves. Like, that is the way the business works. Let's be real. They need to be safe from themselves. Look,
do we save cops from going out on the street every day and putting their lives on the line?
I got a bunch of family who are cops.
Do we save firemen from going into burning buildings?
Tell you what, though.
But it's a different. We hand a 20-year-old the rifle and he says, "Go defend our country." Okay. Do we stop FP&L guys from working on wires? Do we stop?
The NFL is different than my buddy who's a cop who decided not to put his seatbelt on in a pursuit.
But you decided to play a game that is brutal that you could end up with.
But that's why safeguards are in place for these. Now the teams have to be. They have to utilize them. Look, let's also say this: the Tua stuff is happening for more than normal for 2 reasons. He's a quarterback and it was on national television. Okay, if he's a tight end like Cameron Brate is. All right. Now that was on national TV. But he's tight end. And it wasn't, look, the other part of it with Tua, I should actually say 3 reasons. It was a jarring visual thing.
Yes.
He's on the ground. And Amazon kept the camera on him for about 5 seconds of him basically looking like he's seizing up on the field. Yeah. There's a lot of components to this that all goes. Now, again, my thing is we know what's happened. We know that there are investigations. We'll see how that all plays out. Again, I don't have a ton of faith in the league or the union. What's curious now to me is how does it go from here? What do they do now? Right? Like,
well, you saw what happened this weekend for show. Like right away, they pulled anybody and everybody that got rocked. Now, that's what's going to happen. And now players and coaches are going to be pissed about this secretly. They may not be saying it publicly, but they're going to be pissed about this secretly because guys will miss games, guys will miss their incentives, guys will, this is. And this is where we kind of cross a line of, you want to protect them, but it's their right.
Well,
they chose to do this. They want to do this.
But they have to play by the NFL. It is, but the NFL has safeguards in place they have to adhere to. That's the problem. Like this isn't 1975 anymore, where like Ken Stabler can go out and get 4 concussions and just keep rolling. Like they have rules. But again, like there's a lot of things. Like there's a nuanced conversation to have about this. The reality is, anytime a guy looks like he has a concussion, shouldn't go back in the game. Period. This is also the NFL, and I'm not going to kid myself. Guys go back in games all the time. I mean, I have been in locker rooms. I have worked alongside former NFL players. My podcast, Stack the Box, Jeff Schwartz used to co-host with me for years. I mean, look, I know many NFL players, both just as people I've gotten to know over the years and people who I've covered in games. And there are times when, either you're in a locker room, you look at a guy and you're like, that guy doesn't look right. Or you're talking to somebody who's been retired for 10 years and they're like, man, I can tell you story after story after story of guys who like literally have no recollection of games because they've just been knocked, cold in the first quarter of a game and they go back and play. I think the NFL has gotten better, but the NFL's got miles to go. And you have to protect these guys against themselves because let's face it, they're athletes. They're wired to just say, if I can stand up, I'm going to play.
Yeah.
And you have to protect these men against themselves or they're going to go back in there and you're going to have what happened on Thursday night more and more often.
Yeah. The only problem is that they don't want to protect themselves more often than not because they're looking to win the game.
You're right.
The coaches need
You're
them
right.
in order to win the game. And they have no problem whatsoever sacrificing their bodies because that is a way that they show how much they care for their teammates. They love the game,
right.
that they're, it's just this whole machismo thing that falls with it. And you can't take it out of that game. Once you take that out of the game's done, by the way. You know what I'm saying?
It's just, listen, I don't disagree with you. I'll tell you, actually, so
dynamic. It's a crazy because listen, then what are we gonna do? So do you force JJ Watt to sit out this past week? Because it's his choice. Because I mean, dude, the rest of us try to go in and get our hearts, back on rhythm. People are saying, hey, why don't you relax for a couple days before you even go to work and sit behind a computer, much less go play in the NFL. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
That's the part I have a problem with because millions of people all over the world have chosen to work in jobs. The miner wants to go into that mine every single day and breathe all that shit every day, which he's not going to live for longer than the rest of us, but he chose to do that. You know what I'm saying? There are risks. I've said this for years. It hasn't happened, but I thought for sure after all this concussion stuff, I thought it was going to die out and I was wrong. But there's a part of me that says one day the waiver is going to come out and the NFL and the players are going to go, here, sign the waiver. You guys can't sue us ever again for any injuries. You know how brutal this game is. We know how brutal this game is. The money's here to make it, but we're not going to stand for any more lawsuits because there's no way we can really protect you because in this game, there really is no way to protect you because it's not your second concussion. It doesn't matter. All the first injuries will have effects for you for years to come and maybe post-career. It might be terrible. So
there's no arguing that the NFL from now until they stop playing the game will be a brutal, violent sport. And yes, the equipment's like I always hear people say, well, the equipment's a lot better than it was in the 80s. Yeah, but guys also run a 4.3 that are 265 pounds. Like there's a yin yang to that. Like, look, I've been on the sideline for games. I've been, when I was in college, I interned at ESPN and I worked basically as somebody who got Emmitt Smith coffee. Okay. I was on the sideline for some Monday Night Football games. Let me tell you something. You're down that close, and those guys hit each other. It literally sounds like a car crash. I mean, it is unbelievable. I remember the first game I ever covered. It was, in fact, I got the press thing right over me. 2007. Monday night, the Bills are playing Dallas. It's a home game for Buffalo. Marshawn Lynch is the running back, and he takes a toss toward the sideline. I was standing on Dallas' sideline. Toward the sideline, I think it was Brady James. Brady James crushed Marshawn Lynch. I thought he killed him. Marshawn Lynch popped up like he tripped over a blade of grass and said a bunch of things I can't say to him, but was like laughing as he's going back to the huddle.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe he got up. Like it was nothing. It was nothing to these guys. So look, it's always going to be
they're superhuman, bro. They're superhuman.
They are in a lot of ways, but I do think, look, the NFL can legislate violence out of the game all it wants. At the end of the day, you have huge men hitting huge men at high speeds, at awkward angles, and you've got to be able to have the guts as a league to say, look, if a guy's got a concussion, he's not coming back, and we need to adhere to that. Now, the problem is you can sit there and say you have an independent team doctor all you want. That guy's on the sideline with about 80 guys, players, coaches, executives who are not unaffiliated team personnel. Okay. And there is an inherent pressure with that to be, hey, Doc, can our quarterback come back in? Because if he can't, we're going to lose this game.
Right.
That's reality. So I do think there needs to be some change, but I'm also not naive enough to think that this is ever just going to go away. It's not going to go away because you have millions of dollars on the line for both the teams and the players.
Billions, not millions anymore.
Oh, yeah. That's true. You throw a B on that now, right? So
yeah,
I mean,
no more M's, buddy. No more M's. It's
right.
all
M's were 2 decades ago. Forgive me.
Yes,
but
they're all
is.
B. Yeah,
It's what it is.
And that's why I just don't think you get it. And we have to. It's a fine line. Yeah, you want to protect them from themselves, but I think you also want to give them their rights because you want the game, right? Well, they want to play. They want to make their money, and the sacrifices are there. And unfortunately, the sacrifices are made not just in football, in so many other walks of life. You're sacrificing something, Hell, my wife is a teacher. She's completing her 30th year this year.
Awesome.
She has sacrificed brain cells. That woman, yeah, I'm serious. There isn't a teacher in the world that comes out the same they went in after they deal with 200 kids every year for 30 years, bro. Are you serious? You know what I'm saying? So there are sacrifices to be made in everything overall, So hell, teachers now have to worry about guns in classes and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. It's even worse now. So I just worry a little bit about taking the rights away from people at times too. And I think that that's something that, you gotta walk a fine line because plenty of people risk as much or even more than NFL players in some of their walks of lives. And they have chosen that route. So that's the only thing that I do say, okay, we got to protect them. But wait a minute. They know what the risks are. They know the money they're making. That's why they're taking these kind of risks. It's the kind of money that you and I would never make. You know what I mean? And some of us that could make that money, some of us would take the same kind of risks. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, it's just one of those deals. I think personally, by the way, he's going to come back because he has proven to be a quick healer overall.
How quickly do you think if I give you the over-under at 4 weeks, would you take the over or the under?
Oh, the under. He's coming back for the Pittsburgh game. Wow. Mark it down. He'll miss this game. Okay. Then the media gets their fluff pieces, Teddy Two Gloves against his former team, the Vikings. Then he plays the Steelers. That's 24 days off.
Right, because beautiful optics.
Beautiful optics. You got 24 days off now. You've missed your 2 games. Now he comes back and he kicks Flo's ass. So yes, and the storyline is perfect. Tua's going to want to come back to beat Flo's ass with the Steelers. So I just feel like this is what I've sensed from. And he came back in the Buffalo game when he was concussed in the first half. You know what I'm saying? So for me, this kid he came back in 10 months from a hip injury. I mean, that's amazing. Who the hell ever thought by the combine he was working out? And we're like, what the hell is this?
I remember talking to him at the combine. So yes.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. Late November and you're at the combine already. This kid is a warrior. Okay. He will come back very quickly from this because he's one of those kind of guys. Not everybody's like that. Everybody's different. We have a tight end right now on the roster, Ethan Carter, probably going to miss the 4th week in a row with a concussion. Everybody's different, man. Everybody's different. But that dude, I don't know, man. Somehow or another, he bounces back from everything that he suffers. Everything. It's weird.
Right now, from a football perspective, I mean, look, I think Teddy Bridgewater will play fine. He's a backup quarterback, but he's one of the best backups in the league.
Yeah.
So they should beat the Jets with Teddy Bridgewater. And then the Vikings. That's one of those games. Okay,
that'll be tough. That'll be tough. Yeah, and you just heard no Byron Jones and X is hurt, so Thielen and company are going to be a pain in the ass to stop.
Minnesota's a weird team. Minnesota is the NFC's answer to the Chargers. They can beat anybody in the league on a given week and can lose to anybody. Like, it just depends what version of Kirk Cousins you get, what version of that defense you get, like that. So, look, if you're the Dolphins, just say, listen, we got to beat the Jets because who cares what that game's, and you should win that game. Get to 4-1, and then you know what? Even if you were to drop the Minnesota game, after that, the schedule's not hard. Pittsburgh is a bottom 3 team in the league. Pittsburgh stinks.
Yeah,
okay, and then after that, I know, is it Cleveland? I know Cleveland's like right.
Yeah, they got a bunch of winnable games.
Yeah.
With Tua, they're all winnable games.
So they should
without Tua, it's pulling teeth for everything. Here's what I think, Matt. This is where you test Mike McDaniel. You know, you tested him in the Ravens series with adversity. They came back. Okay,
Right.
Now you've got the adversity of not your starting quarterback. So now you've got more of a game manager. Well, now your creative offensive mind that everybody talks about, here's where it needs to matter over the next couple of weeks when Tua is out. You need to give your players, systematically an advantage in certain plays so they can go out. You have plenty of playmakers, right? Find a way to get them out in the open field and let them fly around and do their thing. So for me, this is a nice test for McDaniel as a head coach. Look, dude, I grew up with Shula, bro. He freaking got Woodstock, which is David Woodley and Don Strock's Super Bowl. Doug Peterson won his 325th game.
Yes.
He would win
You got
games.
Scott Mitchell a lot of money.
He got Scott Mitchell. He won with backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
When he didn't, when the other guys weren't healthy, he would find somebody else and get by. I need to see you. See, this is, by the way, and one of our listeners brought this up to me about Belichick, where the shine has to come off a little bit, because he goes to me, well, Shula won with Unitas, and he won with Greasy, and he won with Marino. He went to the Super Bowl with Woodstock. So he did it with all kinds of people. Joe Gibbs won 3 championships with 3 different quarterbacks. Bill Walsh, while the second championship that was won with Seifert, it was really Walsh that set all that stuff up, and he would have ended up winning the same championship overall. For me, Seifert is Switzer, picking up Jimmy's 3rd championship, that kind of stuff. So Belichick needs to show us that he can have success with another quarterback not named Tom Brady. It's not because the whole GOAT thing or whatever, but some of that shine will come off if you can't have success with somebody else. So McDaniel, not saying that you got to go win a championship with Teddy Bridgewater or something, but for now, show us that you can keep things afloat. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. Look, they by the way, Belichick's not having any success this year with these quarterbacks. But look, they are not good. But yeah, I do agree.
He has not been good. Let's call it like you see it. His personnel decisions have been a disaster.
That's what's killing them.
Right. And Brady was his ultimate Band-Aid, bro. Ultimate Band-Aid.
He has not been a good GM. Look, no, I think with McDaniel, like, this has to be a game coming up here where you basically just sit down with Teddy Bridgewater and say, look, we're going to scheme guys open underneath. Just throw it underneath. Don't make a big mistake. Like, we should be able to handle Zach Wilson and the Jets. Like, just throw the ball underneath. And look, every once in a blue moon, we'll take a shot play. And it's got to be one of those things where if you're going to throw it, you throw it in a spot where our guy can get it or nobody can get it. And if it's 3 yards over his head, fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't get it picked off and have the guy run it back 60 yards. So I think if you're now, I will say I was encouraged with the way they called the game with Bridgewater against Cincinnati. I thought they had some creativity. Bridgewater, give him credit. He aired it out to Tyreek. Now, Hill made a great catch, but he was more throwing. But this is one of these games. You're not playing a team that you have to empty the bag for. Like, this should be a game where it's like, all right, look, we can play it safe, and maybe we don't blow them out, but we win the game. Also, this is a game, and McDaniel talked about this in the presser, they need to run the ball a little better in this game.
Yes.
Like, you need to get into these 2nd and 5s and 3rd and 2s. And, like, that's the one way you get in trouble in this game. If you can't run and everything's 2nd and 9 and 3rd and 8, because then you run the risk of Bridgewater having to force a ball somewhere where he doesn't want to throw the football. But if they can stay ahead of the sticks, or even with the sticks, I think they're fine. But McDaniel is going to have to scheme it up a little bit.
I'm with you there. All right. Tell them about Stacking the Box, my man. What are you working on?
Always. So we got the quarterback rankings out today. Had the power rankings out yesterday. Stacking the Box. The podcast goes up every Tuesday at noon Eastern on YouTube. Check out the Stacking the Box podcast channel. And then also The column, Stack the Box, goes up every Monday morning, covers the entire league from the day, the weekend that was. So there's plenty, and picks go out Thursday. And always have 2 or 3 features as well, previewing some of the league's biggest games of the week. So plenty of stuff to check out at Fansided or on my Twitter feed, which you can see the handle on the screen.
Yeah, and by the way, another offensive struggle for your Chiefs this week.
They decided not to bet on the other team's money line this week and just play football. That worked out a little better.
Yeah, they look good this week. They're
okay.
They did their job. Mahomes put on a nice little show. That little flip in for the touchdown, that was just absolutely beautiful.
Even for him, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was great. That was just fantastic. His awareness is just that's what makes a great quarterback. Yeah, sure, the plays, the athleticism, the arm, all that other stuff, but his awareness of where he's at and what he has to do and where everybody's at, to me, that's what also makes him so good. You know, and that one play there where he's dodging a guy, faking another guy out, and then shot putting the ball for a touchdown. Dude, that's the crap you can't teach.
In 2 weeks, week and a half, actually, to be accurate, it'll be him and Josh Allen at Arrowhead, and that'll be an interesting game. If you're a fan of quarterback play, that's the game for you. That'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a game. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, Matt, appreciate you as always. We'll catch up next week, my friend.
Sounds good. Take care.
Yes, sir. There you go. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Got a call from Honolulu that I missed. That's got to be like unless it's Tua's family reaching out. I don't know anybody in Hawaii. Anybody know anybody in Hawaii? Oh, you know what? It could be my man Mike Buck. No, I doubt it. It would. I have his number. It would have said Mike Buck on it. I don't know. I don't know anybody in Hawaii. Maybe they're calling me from Maui Wowie, man. Hey, come on over. Join us in the island in Maui Wowie. Frankie Fresco, thank you, sir. AEW, MJF, or Wheeler Yoda? Well, I mean, Sean, there's only one selection I can make here. You know, if he's a Yoda, then I'm going to have to go with, an offspring of Yoda. So I'm going to go with Wheeler Yoda.
It's Yuda. It's not Yoda. It's Y-U.
Yeah, but it looks like why? It's a U, not an O. He spelled it wrong.
Yeah. It's misspelled there. So before I understand your thinking, I just want you to know all the facts first. I want to know all the facts.
All right, Frankie. See, you're misinforming me here now. You're messing with my choices. Okay. But I'm gonna go with Master Yoda. Okay, I'm still going to go with him because, maybe he's a Master Yuda. Yuda know that the Wheeler's going to get it done. So I'm going to go with Wheeler Yuda. Okay? Even if he's not a Yoda. But you know what? Maybe we can make him a Yoda after he beats MJF. So we'll go with Wheeler Yoda. There you go. That's our selection, and we're going with it. Hybrid electric cars can plug into McDaniel to charge. They could. That could be a MJF tonight because he's better than Yuta. All right. McDaniel has a diary. It's called the Guinness Book of World Records. Are you guys trying to make like McDaniel jokes? Okay. Big O, was there ever a Dolphin you thought would be great if he was given a chance to start? Almost a Kurt Warner type of story. You mean somebody that I thought could have been great but never got the opportunity to be great, and I thought he could have been great? Shoot, that's an awesome question. It really impossible to answer because it's subjective, because it's only your opinion that they thought they could have been great. Doesn't mean that they were going to be great. Daryl Gardner, he flashed. His back gave out. He was immature. And if he wasn't so immature and selfish and the health injury, there's no doubt he would have been great. No doubt in my mind he would have been great. But he just flashed. He never really put together, consistency. And that was his problem at times. When he was on, oh my God, that was scary. So I will go with Daryl Gardner, a guy that allowed immaturity, selfishness, and injury to get in his way from becoming a great, great, great player. How about that? That's my guy right there. Another guy that had an opportunity to be great is Cecil Collins. Cecil Collins was a scumbag, a dirtbag, and a loser, a criminal. And the Dolphins drafted this criminal. And unfortunately, the criminal continued his criminal ways in a Dolphins uniform, but he also had the ability to be a very good player. I don't know about great. Daryl Gardner could have been great. Yeah. Let me see if I can think of anybody else. And these kind of things, it's going to have to be somebody that ruined their careers by being stupid or doing something like Cecil Collins, like Daryl Gardner, that, Daryl wasn't a criminal, but he was immature and selfish, unfortunately. What a interesting cat he was too. He had a good personality. I mean, Daryl really had everything to be a star. If he was matured and not selfish, and then unfortunately suffers the back injuries. And I think the back injuries was because he was so crazy about doing his weights. I've never seen a defensive tackle that looks like a defensive end, like a chiseled defensive end. I've never seen that in my life. That dude was a freak of all freaks. He should be in the Ring of Honor. He should be a guy that people were talking about in Hall of Fame, that kind of stuff. He had that ability. I can tell you that for sure. Is Cecil still in the clink? I'm not sure. I think he got out, actually. I think he recently got out. You know? The guy I won't put there is Sammy Smith. While Sammy had the talent, I think Sammy was soft. So Sammy, to me, was not the guy. Once he got to the NFL, you know, it's kind of like life. Kids, they go to high school. Some of them will go to college. But after you leave high school or after you go to college, guess what hits you in the face? It's called life. It's called reality. Now you got to have a job. Now you got to be there every day. Now you don't get to sleep in or call late or cram for a test or you have weeks off and a summer off or those days are over. You work every day now. You got bills to pay. Oh, you know what? You need to go buy yourself a place. You need to go buy yourself a car. You need to sustain yourself. And then guess what happens? Some kids, they fold. Some kids struggle with this. Some kids, it takes them a while to actually adjust to becoming a real adult. Because it's funny when kids hear parents say, oh man, I wish I was going back to school. I wish I was doing all those things. And the kids in the middle of class going, no, you don't. This is crap. This is garbage. Yeah. Wait till you got to go to life. And wait till life has to kick you in the ass a whole bunch of times, So you gotta finally step up to the big stage, right? We're all like that. Every one of us that are young, we have to make the adjustment of going from basically simple responsibilities to life-altering responsibilities, which is an enormous difference. Well, that's what happened to Sammy Smith. He was a man amongst boys, but when the man had to go play with other men, Fumble City, So I would never put Sammy Smith there. Sammy was on the all-runway team. You look great, but yeah, no, we're good. We're done. Darryl Gardner had it in him. He had it in him. He could play. He showed it many times. He would flash some freakish ass talent. And you can tell that he was turning it on and turning it off. That's how special you are, that you can turn it on and turn it off. That was Darryl Gardner. Alfred Oglesby, I would not put in that category. There's no way Alfred Oglesby was ever going to be great. I watch Alfred Oglesby. He could be a good player at times, but he was never going to be a great player. No. Cecil got out in 2013. There you go. I thought he was out. Did he go back in again? Did he learn his lesson? McDaniel doesn't watch film. He stares them down until he gets the information he wants. Okay, so far I have not been able to laugh at one of them. Drew Brees' mechanics were almost perfect. His throwing motion was so tight and precise. Better yet, he didn't hang on to the ball and take hits. He got rid of it, which is the best thing. Bobo says, Big O, what's up in the chat? Salute, my guy. Stay alert and keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Mark says, Big O, outside of Tua's health and being Miami fan, my biggest worry is Tua Sues gets a huge settlement and never plays another down in the NFL. I can definitely see him starting his own Tua QB Academy or TV, etc. Mark, you are like, brother, you got way too much time on your hands. Relax, my brother. He's not suing the NFL. He's not leaving football. He is a pure football player. Okay? Pure football player. He wants to play football. He will be back to lead the Dolphins. I guarantee you that. There is not going to be any of this crap. He will get back. Let me put it this way. If it was up to him, he probably would play this Sunday against the Jets. Okay? And I'm sure he's going to be able to play by the Minnesota game. But he's not. They'll probably hold him out for more optics, especially if they win the Jets game. then you've got a pretty good record, and you can only drop to 4-2. You get them in there 4-2 with 11 games left and 4-2, brother, you're set. Tua will win most of the games out there. You'll be fine. All of that, I get it. Some of you out there, you're worried about some doctor. Oh, Tua quit. Yeah, sure, bro. What, you're gonna tell JJ Watt to quit? Give me a break. It's so stupid because you're not them. They're doing what they love, and they don't care if they put their lives on the line. You could tell Evel Knievel not to jump the Grand Canyon. He's still going to do it. You could tell him, don't jump the fountains. He's still going to do it and break all kinds of bones and then jump again and again and again and again. And why do you keep doing it? Because I love doing it. And you can tell the Walenda family not to walk any wires hundreds of feet up in the air and you may fall. You can tell them all the hell you want. They're going to do it. We make it sound like, it's, I love what's the word what's the adjective I'm looking for here? Perfect. The overreaction on all of this. That basic, a nice simple word. Don't need to get complicated with it. A nice overreaction on all of this. There's a crap ton of people that do things that they're not supposed to be doing, and they do it for a living. And oh my God, no, he's going to be put back into the game. And none of you give a shit about the firemen running into the burning building. And none of you care about the motorcycle guy jumping because that's what he wants to do. And the skateboard rider that goes off the pool and does a 3 twists or whatever and then lands awkwardly and bust up a leg or a hip or whatever, you don't care. Tony Hawk, he's like 54. He just broke a leg. The dude was back on a skateboard, I want to say like 2 weeks after breaking the leg. He wasn't like going crazy or anything, but he was just showing people how he could get on the damn skateboard again. It's people do things all the time that are dangerous, man. And it's part of what their lives are. So let's not get all freaked out about, oh my God, Tua's doing this, Tua's doing that. This is what he chose to do. This is what every NFL player chose to do. There's a lot of money on the line. So that's why there's a lot of risk. It's money you and I will never see. And if you wanted to see that kind of money, you would have to take some kind of a risk. So he will be fine. He's going to come back from this. His history is he comes back from all of it. And he hasn't had enough of these kind of concussions that it would cause a problem down the line yet. At least you don't think. None of us are real doctors, so we don't know. But his history, he heals and he comes back. He's a tough sumbitch. Big O, is there a right-handed bias around? I don't care about that. That's just more stupidity, my brother. That's all. Just like, oh, he's too short and noodle arm and all that stupid shit. Oh, he's lazy and he doesn't work hard enough. Oh, he's not tough enough. Can't take Flo's coaching. Just another stupid narrative that exists. Isaiah Big O, what's your take on Jason Whitlock calling our quarterback Mr. Glass? Here's my problem, Isaiah. I don't listen to Jason Whitlock. That's another one of those clowns. I don't listen to Skip Bayless. I don't care what he says. And if you guys want to follow those idiots that, all they're doing is shit for shock. And that guy's even worse because that guy uses his own race for shock all the time. And so, yeah, no, I'm not a Whitlock fan. I really don't give a shit. Whitlock, there are a couple people, and maybe I haven't mentioned Whitlock because I know I've mentioned Cal Turd and Baseless. Yeah, that's another one of those guys. They have no respect whatsoever, none whatsoever. So, he's a disgrace to the business, to everything, just like Baseless and the other clown. Those guys are a joke. So, but you guys want to listen to those idiots, you can go ahead and listen to those idiots. I disagree with you blaming Tua. He's going to get hit no matter what he does. There will be cheap shots and late hits too, but the main problem is that Tua is fragile, unfortunately. Well, I disagree with you because that wasn't a late hit and that wasn't a cheap shot. Well, maybe the slam. That was a stupid hit. You held the ball for 5 seconds, Darren. I'm not exactly sure if you're understanding what I'm saying. You can't hold the ball for 5 seconds. You can't. So it is his fault. Okay? The play was dead. He didn't find anybody. Don't keep waiting around. You keep waiting around with the ball, this is what happens. I get it, man. It's hard to look at somebody concussed on the floor and then blame them for it. But that's what you have to do. Okay? Jason Pierre-Paul lost his fingers because it's his own fault. You can feel sorry for him. You can admire him for coming back and still playing the game at a pretty high level with one of his hands kind of screwed up. I get it, but it's his fault. No one's to blame but Jason Pierre-Paul. Okay? And Tua is to blame on Thursday night. He held the ball for 5 seconds. You cannot do that in the NFL. So I'm not sure if you get what I'm saying, but, it's his fault. No one else. Get rid of the football. I get it, man. It's hard to, look at that scene and then blame somebody for the mess that they're in. But sometimes you have to do that because that's maybe the only way that person will learn and say, understand this. And what happened to you with your hip? The same thing. Same thing. Do me a favor, Sean. Run the play where Tua blows the hip on your own and grab a stopwatch, whether you or Chad, I don't care which one of you do it. Find that play where Tua blew out his hip against Mississippi State, I believe it is, when the fat guys, tell me from when you snap, hit the stopwatch, okay, on your phone, and then where he gets tackled. I'm interested to find out how many seconds it was from the second he snapped the ball to when he dislocated his hip. I'm really interested to find out about that one now, because that's I know it was well over 2.8 seconds. That's for sure, because he was scrambling to the right, I believe. No, it was to the right. No, it was to the left. It was to the left that he was scrambling. Yeah, I think so. Doesn't matter whether it was right or left. But either way, the guys catch him, they tackle him. Tell me exactly when the snap started to the hit, how many seconds was that? Because then I can easily say, because you watch it and you go, come on, dude, get rid of the football. It's a shame. It really is. It sucks. He's a stud. Tua's a stud, man. He can be a franchise quarterback for this team and lead them to every height possible. I've said that from the get-go. He is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. He's a franchise quarterback, but he's got to take care of himself. Please don't put Teddy Two Gloves on live. I think he just went live. No, we're not doing Teddy. Teddy doesn't really say much anyways. He's too smart. He's not going to say anything crazy or anything like that. I want to say Aaron Donald tackled him. Well, Michael Brockers slammed his ass when he came back from that hip injury. I can tell you that. Yeah, you can hold on to the ball if you're Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen. Or Kyler Murray or Russell Wilson, when you've got some wheels and you can move around. With Josh, he's a big dude on top of all of that. So you're not going to ragdoll Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you have a certain skill set that he doesn't have, yeah. So we will await the answer here after one of the boys times this this stuff out. Look at that.
5.5 seconds.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Keep arguing with me on this. Go ahead. Just keep arguing with me. Slammed to the ground for a concussion for holding it for 5 seconds. Blows out his hip for 5.5 seconds.
Chad had 5.06, so somewhere in between there.
All right, whatever. 5 seconds. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. See if you can find the highlight of one of his ankles getting blown out. How long did that one take? I wonder if the 5-second rule for us is when you drop something on the floor that you want to eat. There's a 5-second rule for that. There's not a 5-second rule for quarterbacking. Not in the NFL and not in college either, apparently. Argue with me all you want on this. If the young man learns how to get rid of the football, it's the only flaw in his game. Not what you idiots came up with. Some of you, of course, because a lot of you are on my side here. Noodle arm, too short, lazy, all that. You were all wrong. Okay? And I hope you have the balls to admit that you were wrong. But the one thing in his game that he does have that flaw, he hangs on to the damn ball. Gotta let it go, man. Gotta let it go. Big O, you missed my second super chat. I did. I'm sorry, man. Sorry. Frankie Fresco says, let's make it 2-for-1 AEW, Rush or Page. Now, Paige Sporanic is in AEW?
No. Adam Page. Adam Hangman Page. And it's Roosh.
Oh, it's not Rush?
No, it's Roosh.
Well, because it sounds like Rush, and I love Rush, I was going to take out the lunchbox, but it's just behind a bunch of stuff. I can't even get to it now, Dougie Fresh. It'd be too much of a mess to get back. So, since I'm a rock and roller, I'm going to go with Roosh because I think he's going to rush Page right out of it.
Wow.
Okay.
I think you're 0-for-2 today on your AEW picks, but we'll see.
Well, you know.
And this one was 3.98 seconds on the high ankle sprain.
So almost 4 seconds.
Yep.
Again, way over the 2.8 that you're supposed to get rid of the ball. You got to get rid of the ball, ladies and gentlemen. You just got. Now, let's get to the important stuff because let's talk a little bit about Tua, okay? And Paige Sporanic talked about Tua. All right? And, you know, we are on this program, we are big supporters of Paige Sporanic. And, you know, when she has something to say, well, you know, we like to share it with you. And today, she wanted to share her thoughts on Tua and J.J. Watt.
Hello, everyone. You're having a great day so far. So I was just sitting here thinking, I really love sports, mostly because I love watching athletes do superhuman things with their body. But how much is too much? With the Tua Tagovailoa incident and J.J. Watt with his heart, it really makes you think. We all remember the famous line, there's no crying in baseball. Athletes are conditioned to be as tough as nails. Your body hurts? Too bad, fight through it. You're injured? Too bad, fight through it. And you're actually shamed if you do take some time off for being soft or a baby. So athletes really have to lean on the medical professionals to keep them safe. And I'm no doctor, and you're like, yeah, no shit, Paige. But even I know after watching my friends who are athletes go through concussion protocol that something about that situation just didn't seem quite right. No athlete should be risking brain damage over a game. So do you agree or disagree? I want to hear from you guys. Comment down below.
Things that athletes do with their bodies, you know, and you're watching Paige Sporanic, you're just kind of thinking about other things. And just to, you know, help Paige out a little bit there, right? Her newest calendar is out. So you can go to her Twitter page at Paige Sporanic, and there's a link above that picture that you see there. And she has her calendar out. So if you want to enjoy a little Paige Sporanic calendar, you click the link, right? And then it takes you to the Paige Sporanic calendar. It's $25. How about that? And if you need to get close-ups, there you go. There's Paige. So you can do it all there. Check it out. Enjoy yourselves. Paige Sporanic. Just click that link above, and we thank Paige for her commentary. Strong commentary on her part. Yes, sir.
Apparently, there was an ankle injury also in 2019. The one I saw in 2018 was 3.98.
Yes.
That one was 4.5 seconds.
Great material. 3.89, 4.25, you said?
4.55.
5.5. Okay. So, and 5 seconds for the last. So, okay. So you guys want to still argue with me on that? Because I saw the highlights, and I knew it was from him hanging onto the ball on one of them, and I think it was the 4.55 one that I saw. And then the other one's 3.89, almost 4 seconds. And then the other two injuries, the concussion and the hip, are 5 seconds. You want to keep arguing with me on this? You don't have you just not you feel uncomfortable blaming him because he's going through a really tough time. Don't do that. That doesn't do a service to Tua Tagovailoa. You know, we have a soft world nowadays, and I think we're afraid to tell our kids what actually is really going on in the world and in life and what they're facing. And when they do end up facing these kind of challenges, they struggle. And sometimes they're not in tune with reality. And somebody's got to tell them that. Somebody's got to tell them that. I mean, I would hope that Mike McDaniel has sat there in front of him and showed, see the ankle injury? You took 3.89 seconds. See the other one? You took 4.55 seconds. You see your hip? You took over 5 seconds. You see this concussion? You took over 5 seconds. What is the common denominator here, Tua? What do you got to do? Well, coach, I got to let go of the ball. Yes, but why don't you? Because you have no future here if you don't do that. And then he'll look at you like, yeah, no, I just want to tell you, because if you're not going to let go of the ball, you're going to suffer all kinds of other injuries. So how do you have a future? Not just here. How do you have a future in the NFL period? Who's going to take a chance on a guy that does not protect himself? Does anybody have that conversation with him? It's brutal. It's honest, but it's because you care. Not because you don't care, not because you're trying to make fun of somebody, not because you're trying to degrade them. It's because you care. You want them to do what's best for them. So this is why I look at it differently than most everybody else in the media. I have to blame him more than anybody else. To me, all this other crap that's going on with the NFL and NFLPA, that's all bullshit. He holds onto the ball on Thursday and balls out. Nobody ever talks about Sunday again, and we moved on. But because of his bad habits is the only reason why we're talking about this. So, you're being very narrow-minded with your take. Explain, Roxy. See, that's weak. Don't tell me narrow-minded. Why is it narrow-minded? Explain. Tell me. That's lazy right there. That's all. That tells me that you have no explanation and no defense for your stance. So don't tell me that you disagree or that I'm being short-sighted or narrow-minded or anything. Tell me why. I explain to you why I'm thinking like this. I give you proof. I give you examples. What do you give me? A line? Yeah, that doesn't fly here, Roxy. Look at prior post. There's hundreds. This is what happened. Tua got a concussion Sunday against the Bills, which is a bruise to the brain. Came back to play football without letting that bruise heal, then took another hit to the head. Roxy again. Thursday had nothing to do with Sunday. Was he playing concussed? Was he playing groggy? Was he playing out of sorts? Or was he playing lights out pretty much? So that's where your argument doesn't carry any weight. Sorry. You know, like I said, he doesn't hang on to the ball on Thursday. Roxy, you don't say a damn thing about it because they win the game, they move on, and he doesn't get slammed to the ground. But because he held onto the ball, because he has the same bad habits he has had throughout his career, he suffers an injury that he brought upon himself. So your point makes no sense because most of you keep adding Sunday to Thursday. And the only reason Sunday happens to Thursday, it's because of a bad decision by the player. Not because he was concussed from Sunday, because obviously, Roxy, if you watched it, what happened in the first half on Sunday did not affect the second half on Sunday. Anybody want to argue with me on that one? Because he threw the kill shot to end the game. See, it's lazy to think that one had to do with the other. They're only putting them together now because they happen in back-to-back sets because of bad decisions by Tua, not because of anything else. So if Tua makes the right decision on Thursday, you forget about the first half of Sunday because you already forgot about the first half of Sunday when he played the second half of Sunday because he didn't look concussed. And then on Thursday, he did not look concussed. So now if you tell me, well, you know, he was making bad decisions, he was slow on his reads, this, that, whatever, I get it. You're right, Roxy. Problem is, he played great. Should you have played him? No, of course not. But you shouldn't have played him in the second half of the game. But you did, and he played well because it didn't affect him. The concussion did not affect him in the second half. That's the facts. And the concussion wasn't affecting him on Thursday. The only reason that you are all on this dramatic bandwagon, it's because it happened on back-to-back games. That's it. But why did it happen on back-to-back games? Don't blame the NFLPA. Don't blame the doctors. Don't blame the NFL. You blame one guy, Tua. Get rid of the ball. Get rid of the ball, and you would get rid of a hip injury, 2 ankle injuries, and a concussion. Oh, my God. Guess what would have happened then? You would have never picked him at number 5 because he would have gone earlier. So, respectfully, Roxy, I think you're dead ass wrong. Like everybody else that thinks Sunday and Thursday had something to do with each other. But hey, look, it's all right, man. It's all right. It's an uncomfortable position to blame Tua because it makes you sound insensitive. That's fine. I have no problem being that guy. I have no problem being the bad guy. I've done this for many, many years. I'm good with it. I'm good. Big O, there's a picture of Tua after the Bills hit, showing his hands and fingers doing the same thing. He was concussed and didn't heal properly. I don't know. Show me the picture. Doesn't matter to me either way. He still ended up, playing well in the second half. So, you can talk about whatever you want. The results on the field are what counts. So I don't know about that picture. I never saw the picture, so I don't know what you're talking about. You can send it to me if it exists to our email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. If you have a picture, send it to me at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com and we'll check it out. But either way, it doesn't sound like, to me, it's still none of this affected him. What affects him is holding on to the football. That's what affects him. And I'm glad I have the times now because it's important to have all the times for all the other big injuries that he's had. All 4 of his injuries, he's held the ball for 4 seconds or more pretty much. One of them is 3.89, but whatever. It's bad. It's 2.8 and under. Got to get rid of it. I can't wait for Tua's press conference when you're front and center and you get to ask him why he won't throw the ball away. Very interested. Well, not only that, I will back it up with the facts of it and ask him because that's the thing. He's got to learn to get rid of that damn ball. Page healed Tua. Page equals red recovery. Yeah, those are some hot lights. Oh, you know what? Let's break. Hour number 3 is next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Oh, there you go. And by the way, Rick, I love what you brought up. It's fantastic. McDaniel holding 2 out for the second half of the Buffalo game, just in case, still wouldn't have mattered Thursday, except people would hate the boners for Tua, and Miami would have less ammo. So dumb. Not only that, they would have lost the Buffalo game. Then you lose the Cincinnati game, right? Because he still gets slammed to the ground and he's out. He's done. So you lose the Cincinnati game also, and you lose the Buffalo game when he played. And as somebody pointed out, he passed the concussion protocol all week long leading up to Thursday. What do you want? The guy had no reactions from Sunday. He feels good. He's ready to play, and he played well. He was playing really well. He was throwing some awesome passes. Maybe just the interception was a terrible throw on his part, but that's about it. Outside that, he was super sharp. And as one of our listeners, I just read your DM, sir, on Twitter, Marlo Stanfield. You made a great point. Big O, just want to throw something at you. Tua can't take hits in the NFL, and neither could Andrew Luck at his size. You're absolutely right about that. Just wanted to give you credit, dude. Wicked segment with Joe Shad. And yeah, and as much as I love Joe, I get it, dude. He has what Joe has to do is come out and say, yeah, I got off the Tua bandwagon too quickly. Just say it already. Okay, I'm dead wrong about this, and let's move on. Okay, the kid can ball, but now you're using the crutch of the body, and nobody's made for that. not even Andrew Luck. He walked away from the game because he just kept taking hits because they didn't have a line to protect him. So Tua, yeah, he's smaller, so he's not going to be able to take as many hits as Andrew Luck. But dude, you're not going to be able to take as many hits if you take them for no reason at all. And that's the problem. Whether it's Roxy or any of you you don't seem to understand that what happened on Thursday night had no business of happening. This wasn't a surprise hit. He saw it coming, and yet he held on to the ball. Trying to outrun people. You can't outrun anybody, dude. That's not who you are. You're like Marino. You got to sidestep here, there. You're like Montana. You're not outrunning people. You can roll out and throw like them or whatever. But once you get flustered out of the pocket, you are dead in the water. Tom Brady gets flustered out of the pocket. He's dead in the water. He has to get rid of it. Tua's the same way. He has to understand he is not a mobile quarterback. He does not possess the athleticism that other people have. So that's the problem with some of you. You don't understand, you don't want to understand that Thursday had nothing to do with Sunday at all. It had to do with consistent bad decisions by Tua in the pocket. Period. End of story. D Wolverines 305. Thank you, sir, for the love in the super chat. Look, he held on to the ball too long. Let's call it like what it was. A lot of us support the success, but we have to also keep the same energy with his failures. Let's stop making excuses. Just hope he learns. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's all I'm saying. Nobody, okay, outside of his family, wants Tua to succeed more than I do. Right? Nobody, because nobody's gone out more on a limb in the media for Tua than me. No one. But nobody's also going to stay objective like I am. Okay? And I'm not going to make excuses to try to, cover up whether I'm right or wrong on something. If I'm right on something, I'm going to tell you. If I'm wrong, and that's it. Over. Here, a lot of people are wrong on this, and Tua needs to get this right. That's what needs to happen. All right. Rick Kyle says exactly, Big O. And if all of that would have happened, then the narrative wouldn't have been there. Tua's injury prone and costing Miami wins, and so he has to go. So Tua's the right thing for his career. Yeah, he's got what he's got to do is just throw the ball away, and he'll have a nice long ass career, and he'll go into the Hall of Fame, and he'll win the Dolphins a title or two. How about that? That's what I think. Okay. I wanted to look up something here because I'm not exactly sure, because I know that that's also going to come out. And so I wanted to kind of put it in there. By the way, Joe Burrow, also not a guy that could take hits. He blew out a knee, right? So, you look at it and let's see. Yeah. He missed 6 games in 2020. So how many games has Tua missed so far in his career so far with the Dolphins? Didn't he miss like 2 last year? And was it and the year before? Well, he came in after Fitz. Did he miss anything after that, like a game or 2? So he hasn't missed 6 yet, right? Look it up for me, guys. Let me see. Here, I can look at it here. Well, the problem is in 2019, he came in and what game was that? Well, he started 9, played 10 games. Last year, started 12 games, played 13, started 12, and so far 4 of 4. So he's missed either just about 1 game less than Joe Burrow so far. Oh, and by the way, Joe Burrow is also working on the same short career as Tua Tagovailoa. If he wants to keep hanging onto the ball and taking hits, Joe Burrow could also expect himself to have a shorter career too. And he's a bigger guy. Okay? Nobody is made to take hits. Nobody. But you got to be smart and don't take the extra ones. Brian Walters, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Appreciate you. Sticker and all. Very nice. Braves defeated the Marlins 2-1, 68-93. Final game tonight. Elieser Hernandez will be on the mound, 4:10 actually this afternoon, and the season is over. We'll see if it's the 69th win or the 94th loss. We'll find out. Aaron Judge hits his 62nd home run yesterday. I think it's awesome that he did it. What I would like to know about this home run deal, all right? This is what I'd like to know. Deep down inside, and we'll never know this, unless he writes a book 20, 30 years from now or whatever, or maybe after he retires or something. I'm just wondering right now, does Aaron Judge feel like the real home run king? Now, if he did this clean, then he should feel like that, right? And it's interesting because for me, personally, I'm going to look at him as the home run king now. Not Bonds and not McGuire and not Sosa. None of those cheaters. Okay, I don't want anything to do with those cheaters in the home run chase there. I'm going to give it to Aaron Judge. I think he's earned it at the moment. Unless you prove to me that he is taking some kind of a steroid to give himself an advantage, then okay. But outside of that, I just wonder if he has that feeling, because I know a lot of people are telling him what I would tell him if I would see him. Hey, I want you to know I'm glad you did it, because I was never comfortable with the record being broken by the other guys. And it seems to me like you did it the right way. And the other thing is, like, Sosa was a jerk. People don't know that. McGuire was an asshole. Bonds was an asshole. This guy's a good dude, bro. This guy carries himself pretty well, too, on top of all of that. I got to give him props. Not only is he a great player, but he looks like he's pretty, grounded compared to some of these other jerks, because I've met all those guys. I've had to deal with all those guys. You did not want to deal with them, And out of all of them, McGuire also was just so cowardly at the way he dodged everything, too. On top of all of that, just so many things that rub me the wrong way about all three of those guys, that I just, but with Judge, I will say that's the way I'm looking at it. I'm just wondering if he looks at it that way. And Jesus Tinoco, who gave up the home run, Jesus, don't worry about it, bro. It's not a big deal. I commend you for challenging him instead of the cowards of the past. Last week and a half or two that were afraid to challenge him. I give Jesus a ton of credit and props to him. There's nothing wrong getting beat by a great player. Even if you're a great player, there's no shame in getting beat by another great player. Now, if you get beat by a lesser player in a fluke moment, then that's something that, you might beat yourself up. But I don't think you beat yourself up because Aaron Judge hits a home run on you, dude. People like that hit a home run on you. What are you going to do? That's what they do. They're great at it. Michael Jordan beats you in a one-on-one. Yeah, what were you thinking? You were going to win? Just nothing wrong with it. But I'm glad, because it's a moment where I get to say, screw Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa. I'm going Aaron Judge. I said screw Bonds, Sosa, and McGuire. I'm going Judge.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Okay. So there you go. She wasn't sure about it. What can I tell you? I mean, Hey, Siri, who's the best team in the NFL? Who's the best team in the NFL?
The Eagles are in first place in the NFL.
We're out of the Siri mix now. See, Tua, you hung onto the ball, and now we're out of the Siri mix. Let go of the damn ball. You win the Bengals, and now Siri has to tell us the Dolphins are number one. it, Siri. Come on, Tua. What's wrong with you? Aaron Judge wishes he was McGuire, Bonds, and Sosa. Yeah. But Andy, you know what I love about that is that you're right. You're laughing at it, but it's one of those deals where there will be people that actually think like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think Judge is just fine where he's at and doing what he does. Ask Siri Siri, who is the hottest woman alive?
I found this on the web.
Oh, my phone also answered it. Hey, Siri, who's the hottest woman on the web?
Here's what I found.
Oh, they just sent me an article of the 30 hottest women in the world today. Okay. Hey, Siri, how hot is Paige Sporanic?
I found this on the web.
Paige Sporanic dubbed as the world's hottest golfer. She doesn't answer those kind of questions. That's just the way Siri is. She's kind of private to herself, you know? Hey, Siri, when did you have sex last?
Siri knows many things.
How about sex? Siri, do you know sex? She doesn't know. See? She avoids it all. Big O, ask Siri who's the best team in the AFC. No, I'm not going to do that, bro. I'm afraid of the answer. All right. Hey, Siri, who's the best team in the AFC?
I found this on the web.
Yeah, it doesn't. See? She doesn't help out, man. What can I tell you? Siri wants to be respectful, Big O. Rather not answer them at times. Yeah, not me. I want I want a dirty Siri. You know, that's what I want. I want a Siri that I can have extreme conversations with. Pujols is at 704 in home runs. He could have been the home run king had he stayed in St. Louis his whole career. I don't think so, man. I don't think so, man of 1,005 holds. I think he was running out of gas. And I think he wasn't going to be the same player. And that's why St. Louis did the right thing in not paying him. And Artie Moreno and the Angels are just morons for giving him that contract because they never got the production that they thought they were going to get out of that contract because you were basically expecting the production of his earlier years. And he was just getting old on you at that time. So I think he is what he is, period. It's not any more, any less, you know? So, no, I disagree with you on that one. And so and I don't, again, the Pujols, that it would have been nice for a guy like that to get to that plateau. I will say, I will agree with that because he definitely carried himself a lot better than any of those three cheaters. I will say that. That's what I like about Judge, man. I like the way Judge carries himself. I think he's a pro's pro. Hey, congratulations to Inter Miami tonight, man. They're in the middle of it, and if they win tonight, they are in. I got my kit, baby. I'm ready to go. I can't wait for the game tonight, 8 o'clock, Inter Miami in Orlando City. You guys should watch it. Not a lot of our teams make the playoffs, okay? So, and it's nice to see that, listen, this is the only summer team that's going to be making the playoffs. And they will make the playoffs on a consistent basis. I promise you that. This is only Chris Henderson's second year doing this, and he's turned over the hell out of this roster, and he will make it better and better and better. They will be a contender in this league. And the good thing is, I think people in South Florida will start to get more on board because we like winners. That's kind of what it is. But I'm a soccer guy no matter what. I've always been a huge supporter of local soccer, and I'm really excited for tonight. Orlando City and Inter Miami are both tied for the 6 and 7 spots. Orlando has the 6th spot. Miami has the 7th spot, and they're both tied at 45 points. Now, what's important is at 7 o'clock, an hour before this game, Charlotte and Columbus are playing. Columbus is in the 8th spot, outside looking in. We need Charlotte to beat Columbus to knock them down. If Columbus wins, they will go ahead of both Inter and Orlando. But then that means Inter Orlando have to win in order to maintain the pace. If they lose, they drop out of the playoffs and Columbus jumps in. Tonight is a huge night this is the biggest game in Inter Miami CF history. Period. End of story. The play-in game that they got in a couple years ago, that's bullshit. That doesn't mean anything. Okay? This is the real deal. That you were like a 10th seed there. That was just a couple throw-ins for expansion and all that crap and the pandemic and all that crap that we had going on. This is the real deal. The top 7 get in. So Miami, you don't want to have that on your resume like, oh yeah, the only time we made the playoffs is that play-in game. That's not really a playoffs. Here's the opportunity, man. Big game for Inter Miami tonight. Can't wait. I'll be watching at 7:00 to see if Charlotte can do us a favor. That would be really nice if Charlotte can do us a favor. Big O Show, did you see the drama between Nick from Perform and Joe Shad on Twitter? Did you give Joe any grief for it? No, I did not. What happened? I never saw it. What happened? I never saw it. You guys got to show it to me. I guess I gotta look for it now. What happened between Shad Joe and my man Nick? So Joe, my boy Joe and my boy Nick got in on it, is what you're saying? All right. Let me see if I can find the thread here. If you guys can find it and maybe we can post it up on Twitter here, we can do that. Let me see. You know what? Let me look at the Twitter replies because maybe that's where it's going to be at. The Twitter replies. I got to look for it. I don't see it yet. All right, you guys are going to have to, you guys got to find it for me because I don't, if not, I'm going to take the live show to find this stuff. I can't do it. So you guys got to send me the links so I can see whatever went back and forth with those two. It should have been funny and entertaining, that's for sure. I know I'm going to laugh my ass off. Perform got some big feelings. Doesn't he love the Twitter wars? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah, but remember, he's fighting for his guy. Oh, and by the way, he's right. He's been right. Because those of us like myself and him that have been trying to fight the good fight and tell you, no, he's not too short. He doesn't have a noodle arm and he does work hard enough and all that kind of stuff, all these stupid narratives. So, and he trains him every day. Yeah, I would be pissed too, bro. I would be emotional also if I'm Nick Hicks. And you're picking on my guy when you don't know anything about my guy and you're saying he's this and that and you know it's not true. That's what pissed me off when I would hear you people say, some of you out there, oh, he's too short and he can't throw the deep ball. And it's like, what are you people watching? It's the dumbest thing in the world. Daniel Barrios, Big O, our passing game has been great so far, but imagine how much better it will be when we run the ball. Do you have any concern yet with our run game? Well, actually, no, I'm actually getting a little bit more satisfied with the running game. They're starting to pop more runs. They're doing a better job. Listen, you know what it is, Daniel? It's been kind of a progression that they first had to fix the passing game. And that's kind of what they're doing with the pass blocking, everything going on. So that part, okay, you've got that going on. He gets time to pass the ball. He's got to stop hanging on to it after he has the allotted time. But, all of those kind of things. And then the run game is usually the second because you've got to be in sync to a point that it's got to be near perfect. And right now they're not there yet. But if you look at it, they are popping runs now. And that's one of the things I like. Where the hell's my damn cup? Oh, there it is. And that's what I like is that they are popping runs now, which is really, really cool. and they're busting a few of those, and that's really helping out right now. It's still not the run game that you need, but as we've said on the show many, many times, you won't see the real Mike McDaniel offense until they can run the ball. But Mike is going to have to be very creative this week against the Jets. Jets have no defense. We are going to be fine. McDaniel's game plan, Teddy straights, whatever that might be. And yet we have halfbacks have a breakout game. We shall see. Bro, fins up. Well, let's hope so, man. Let's hope that they're able to get it done. Big O, how about the Arsenal with a big North Derby win? Top of the table. Let's go. I am so pleasantly surprised with the Arsenal this season. That has been so much fun because, man, the Arsenal suck. We have not been very good for a long time, and it looks like we've got a team finally. So, yes, I am extremely happy with the Arsenal. Remember, when you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. You can even donate Bitcoin on Cash App too, like many have already. Cash App or Venmo. That's Cash Big O Show if you want to make a donation. Cash Big O Show. Julio C. And thank you, sir. What is that? Unilab. Thank you, sir, for the donation. And Leobardo Alonso. Thank you also, sir, for the donation. Very nice of you. Very kind. I will always say Barcelona will be a good team, but never the best since they lost Messi. That's my other team, Barcelona. Arsenal in the Premiership, Barcelona or in the Spanish Primera, and then Inter Miami here in the MLS. Those are my three teams, and U.S. Soccer overall, obviously. Although if U.S. is out and Spain is still in, I will vote for, the motherland from my peoples, because obviously that's where my family comes from. They come from Spain. So they are the secondary national team that I have. That's the good thing about soccer. You can have multiple teams. What you don't do is the cheesy part is having multiple in one league. That doesn't fly. That's unacceptable. That's breaking the rules there. You know what I'm saying? But if you have one favorite in this league and another one a favorite in the other, why not? What the hell? There's nothing wrong with that. Benjamin says, shouldn't Tua have made a statement already defending his coach, team, organization? Kind of makes me mad that he stayed silent while everyone else gets beat up by the media and it's Tua's fault. And so you're mad at Tua for something that everybody else does. What quarterback comes out after concussions? I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Can you set the example for me, my man? Benjamin? Who's the other quarterbacks that suffer concussions? Did Steve Young come out and talk about other people and defend their coaches and all that? No, I don't think so. No. But it's all right, Benjamin. I'm used to this, bro. I'm used to people creating, silly narratives about Tua and narratives that don't exist for anybody else, but only for Tua. Because Cameron Brate got knocked out in the middle of a game and then came right back. Play later. T. Higgins was playing with 2 concussions leading into Thursday night. Nobody says anything. But, of course, with Tua, we got the optics, and it's a whole different ballgame, right? That's all right. Yeah, because everybody talks in the middle of their concussion recovery. Yes, sir, Sean.
No, I was going to say, and also with the NFL guidelines, injured players are not allowed to speak with media. So
I know. The idea is none of them do this. But again, we have people like Benjamin Michael who wants to create false narratives, and that's the problem we have in our society in every walk of life. News, entertainment, politics, sports, you name it, false narratives. And then one person picks it up, and then another person says it, and another person says it, and another person says it. And that's the problem. So I hope, Benjamin Michael, you will come back and say, let me pump the brakes. I'm dead ass wrong here. And I shouldn't be mad at Tua for something that no one else does and no one else can do.
And as some are pointing out in the chat too, he did release a statement on his Instagram or one of those
Yes, he did release a
Thank the
statement.
Dolphins
Yes.
and everything.
Yeah, but no, but Benjamin's mad at Tua for doing something that no one else does in the league. Talk in the middle of a concussion recovery. You know, of course, right? Because, somebody dealing with a brain situation, what you want to do is put him in front of a press conference. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just have him answer all kinds of questions. It's not like he goes through enough shit already. But no, Michael Benjamin wants to just put him through hell and back. And he wants him to do something that no one else does. Michael, where are you, brother? Where are you? Benjamin, let's go. Where are you? Let's go. Reaction. You got something? Not the show to come in unprepared. Just want you to know that. This is not the show. We'll call your ass out. And you better not be an emotional cripple because you won't last long here. You'll run and hide. Oh my God, he picked on me. I would defend my coach. Who cares what everyone else does? Tua can't speak. No, he can't speak, moron. What's wrong with you? No one does. Now you want me to take it to a next level? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No, you're mute now. Okay? Stupidity's not good, especially, let me give you some advice, Benjamin Michael. When you're stupid, you're usually better off keeping your mouth closed because once you open your mouth, everyone will find out you're stupid. So now that we found out you're stupid, we mute you so we don't have to hear from the stupidity anymore. You can watch, you can't chat anymore. That's all. You've been put in a corner. And by the way, once you're put in that corner, you don't get out. Just in case. Unless you want to see me personally and apologize profusely and donate $100 of Bitcoin to Sean Stanley. Is 100 enough, Sean? Is that all right? Just want to make sure. Is it good? Okay. Sean's all right with
Yes.
with the 100.
Yes.
Okay.
The camera's stuck.
$100. Apology and $100 of Bitcoin donated to Sean, and we'll let you back on the chat board. Apology in person, by the way. It cannot be by text or anything like that. Email, DM. No. In person, you must show up. I do that because I did it for one person that did it. He showed up at Twin Peaks. I was doing a show, and he said, "Hey, man, listen, I'm sorry I screwed up and this, that. Can you just unblock me?" And I was like, "Okay, no problem, dude." Because I don't mind as long as you're willing to admit that you're wrong. You know what I mean? It's all good. But Benjamin Michael, yeah, your kind is got a short fuse in a place like this. Will Ross get a hard on for a 2023 QB class? Who knows, man? Who knows? Big O Radio Show sent Bill's hip parade picture to your Yahoo. Let me see. All right, I will pull it up now. Yeah. If you want to get in, by the way, on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Remember, this Saturday, we're at walk-ons in Kendall for our pre- and post-game show for the Canes and UNC. So come on out and join us. Pre-game will start off at 2 o'clock. All right? I don't see anything here. You sent it to Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com? There's nothing here, my man. Let me see if you got in the spam. Nope. Nope, not in the spam either. I didn't get anything, my man. I'm sorry. Apologies, my friend, but I did not get anything. You may have to resend it. Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Okay? Send it there. Maybe I can check it out. What else do we have here also? So apparently the New England Patriots and the owner, he wanted Bailey Zappi to start, and Belichick went with Brian Hoyer. Did you guys hear about this story? This is a funny story because now all of a sudden the owner is a big fan of Zappi. And I got to tell you something. There's no doubt in my mind that I have no concerns ever again about the Patriots. None whatsoever. I do not fear Bill Belichick anymore. For me, Bill, it's done. It's history already. He lost his eraser. And that was Tom Brady. And that's kind of what he's proven to me, that he can't win without Tom Brady. His selections have been terrible. And to start Brian Hoyer is a disgrace. It's a joke. It's basically laughing at your fans, because I have not seen anything from Brian Hoyer in years that would say he's even a capable backup. That guy's been stealing money in this league without a gun and a mask forever. And he has stolen money from the Patriots forever. It's the weirdest thing, dude. And this guy, he got lucky with Brady. I get it. But, wow, outside of that, and the fact that you started that guy, Brian Hoyer, and now we'll see what happens this week if you go back to Bailey Zappi, who, again, wasn't anything special either. He's a young guy, man. He's going to make a bunch of mistakes. It's hard for people like that. Plus, what he does with those kind of players is he makes them do very little. He tries to win through the running game and really short passes. I think Bailey didn't even pass 100 yards passing in this game. It's just weird to me, but the shine is coming off Bill Belichick. We can't argue that anymore because you've only had your success with one guy, and you can't turn over your roster and have success with other men and other quarterbacks, and you can't even find another quarterback. You got lucky with Brady, and you've never been able to find one again. It's like, you know what I always laugh? Like John Gruden. John Gruden never drafted a good quarterback, never developed his own quarterback, yet somehow or another, people look at him as like some quarterback guru. Funny as hell. I mean, if Bill Walsh was around, that's a quarterback guru. You're not, but he is. Andy Reid, that's a quarterback guru, not John Gruden. I mean, you'd have to be out of your mind to take any opinion of his about a quarterback. And these are the narratives that we build, and they make no sense. Tua can't throw deep. John Gruden is some kind of quarterback guru. Yeah, please show me the examples. What quarterback did he draft and develop? I must have missed it. It's amazing to me. And these are the things that we do. And so now Belichick, yeah, you got the GOAT label with all the titles, but yeah, dude, but you're not impressive outside of Brady. And you got to do more than that, man. You got to win with more than one quarterback. I'm not telling you got to win a championship, but you got to win something. You got to get deep into the playoffs, be a perennial playoff contestant. Like, look, Shula, throughout his whole career, whether it's Unitas, whether it's Greasy, Woodstock, which was probably his greatest coaching accomplishment to get to that point outside of the perfect season, and then to get it to Marino. Different offenses, different quarterbacks, figured out a way to win with all kinds of guys. That's what great coaches do. I haven't seen that from Belichick. And it's interesting how this is already getting out, that the owner wanted Bailey Zappi. And why I tell you this is an interesting story, I just think this is the beginning of the end of this relationship between these two guys. And I think it will get more and more sour as it goes on because he doesn't have success in the draft. If he's not making the playoffs, which he's not going to make the playoffs this year with that team, then now you start to see that the team is no longer having the success that it had before. It's not even getting to the postseason like it should. So to me, this is kind of the beginning of the end. And I think you'll start to see more of these disagreements get out public. Bill's not saying this, so it's obviously Kraft and somebody around him giving that information to the media that he's a big Bailey Zappi guy and wanted him to start. I mean, where else is that going to come from? So it's interesting to see what's going on there. But I will tell you, as long as Miami has Tua, I have zero concerns anymore about the New England Patriots. That's for sure. So I thought that was an interesting one. Now, going into Brady and Giselle, and apparently, they're seeking a divorce and they're going after lawyers and all that kind of stuff. I was just thinking about this. He is more married to football than Giselle, apparently, right? Does Tom now come back again? Because if you're going to get a divorce, well then, and if you're healthy, if you're playing well, and if you're not really the problem for the Bucks, I was thinking about that. So if Tom's going to get a divorce, will Tom then decide to come back again? Because he supposedly was going to retire last year, right? And then he extended it one more year. Well, now that he's going to divorce his wife, I guess football's his only other love right now. Although it would be interesting to see him. Okay, so you didn't want to leave football to stay with the wife and kids this year, but then you're going to get a divorce, and now you're not going to go back to football because now you want to be with your kids, but not your wife or ex-wife in this case. Strange, man. There's got to be more behind this, right? I don't know. It's just weird, man. You don't like to see it. Divorce is not good. Patriots going through 50 years of obscurity still wouldn't satisfy. Yeah, well, it would help. It would help. This is a week for the run game. Well, they better come through, Jason. They better come through. Red leathery Florida sun Brady. LOL. Salt life. Giselle calls Brady with a dolphin thong. Ooh, there you go. A dolphin thong. Not bad. I like that. Cutter's Edge Pro, by the way, folks, artificial turf. My dogs love it. Okay. Since we installed this artificial turf the last couple of weeks, it is awesome. It's so easy to maintain. You don't cut grass. You don't water grass, so you're saving money. The dogs run around, and then when they go in the house, they bring zero dirt in, which, you can't say that. And sometimes on a rainy day, you go out with your dog, and then, or they go out to the backyard and they come back and they bring back muddy feet or whatever. And then there's, the wife, I just cleaned the floors. And this happens all the time for us for years because we have several dogs. And since we installed the artificial turf, well, obviously saving money on cutting grass and the water, but the fact that they don't bring anything in, it is just absolutely awesome. It drains so easily too. We've had these, strong showers the last couple of weeks, and I've watched it drain so quickly, and it looks so clean. I'm suggesting it. If you have dogs, they will love it. And if you're looking to increase the value of your home, landscaping is one of the ways to do it. Sure, you can add a second floor and another room and all that kind of stuff. But if you also improve the outside, listen, folks, you pay your mortgage or rent for the entire yard. If you're not using your backyard, well, then you're paying space for nothing. So improve your backyard and you'll be living and enjoying more of your house. And you can do that, man, by adding some great landscaping, trees, and all kinds of stuff that will create shade for you. That's what we did in our backyard. We added all kinds of trees, and now the dogs love it. We love it. We got shade in the backyard. We can hang out. It's not as hot in the backyard. You get under that big old beautiful palm tree we have, and it drops 10 or 15 degrees. It's freaking awesome, man. I can't say enough. Tree trimming, removals, landscape design, outdoor lighting, irrigation design, and build. They do it all. Go to cuttersedgepro.com and tell them that Big O sent you. Ask for William or Mike. They will take care of you. 954 954-472-0622. That's 954-472-0622. And go to the website, Cutter's Edge Pro, and also check them out also on Instagram. And you can check out all of the work that they've done. Check out some of the work they did in our house, too, at the same time. CuttersEdgePro.com. All right. Giselle has lots of dogs wanting to hang on her artificial turf, Big O. Well, I think her turf is natural, not artificial. So, you know. And so, yes, she will have a line of men that will be interested in taking her out. Yes, I'm pretty sure of that. But also, if she loves this guy, she's got to be hurting right now in a big time way. If there's anything that you deceived her in a way that you chose football over family, she's got to be a pretty hurt person right now. You know, we can make light of it and joke around and all that kind of stuff, but this has got to be an absolutely terrible situation. You know, there are 2 kids involved. It's not fun, man. I know, because as a child of a really ugly divorce, it was no fun when you're, 9 or 10 or 11 years old and you're in the middle of a mess that is just something you can't control, and it's, 2 people that hate each other, and it's not fun, man. It's not fun. So it's just one of those things, man, that it is what it is, as they say, right? Remember, you can reach out by Cash App or Venmo. That is Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show for Cash App or Venmo. Giovanni, thank you, sir. Appreciate you for the love on Cash App. Very nice of you. Thank you. You made one on the super chat, and then he made one on the Cash App. That's awesome, man. Appreciate it. Supposedly Giselle is a witch. Well, then couldn't she just make another championship appear for Tom and then move on? If she's a witch, yeah, couldn't she change Tom's mind? I mean, I used to see Samantha do that. Even Tabitha could do that. I just lost like 90% of you. But I mean, yeah, if she's a witch, she could control this whole thing. She could make Tom Brady retire. She can make Tom Brady go to the podium and say, F you all, I'm out of here. So, I don't know. I disagree with you. I don't think she's really a witch. Because if she's a witch, she would have that power, bro. That's right. Yep. Brady. Yeah, that's right. Brady is like our Mormon friends that can have multiple women. Brady is he's married to Giselle and also married to football. Oh, man. But maybe he's moving to Utah. What is that group of Mormons that can actually have more than one, or they really can't, right? Or that's just a myth, right? You can't really do that in that state. That's just crap that we always have talked about for years, right? Because it is illegal. There's no way you can do it. So what do they do? Do they like hang out? Do they have multiple women, but they're not married to them, but they're kind of like their wives? Is that what it is? Because maybe that's what it is. Maybe Brady's, hey, we're living in Utah. I can be with you and football. Bewitched reference. Yes, radio host. You got it. Oh, if Belichick never had Brady, do you think he would have gone down as just another defensive coordinator trying to be a head coach? Well, Troy, that's what it's looking like. That's my point. That I need to see you accomplish a couple things without Brady. So I know that, like, okay, it wasn't just, that you got lucky with Brady and then you got enough players around him to win. You know what I'm saying? He's still a great coach, but it even with the 6 rings, do you call him the GOAT if you don't do it with somebody else? Look, listen, for me, the GOAT is Joe Gibbs. I've told you this over and over again, and I know I live in Miami, and I know I have Don Shula here and all that stuff. For me, the GOAT is Joe Gibbs. That's the GOAT. Nobody's won 3 Super Bowls with 3 quarterbacks that aren't Hall of Famers. Okay? That's a hell of an accomplishment. That means you know how to build football teams. And you don't need a great quarterback. Joe Theismann was very good. Doug Williams was very good. Okay? Mark Rippon was really hot for a couple of years. I wouldn't call him a really good quarterback because that wasn't his career. Joe Theismann was a good quarterback throughout his career. And Doug Williams was a good quarterback throughout his career. But none of them were Hall of Famers. So for me, the GOAT is Joe Gibbs. That's the GOAT. That's the most goatish thing that's ever been done in the history of the NFL. You win 3 titles with 3 different quarterbacks and none of them Hall of Famers. That's super GOAT material. That's so studly, it's not even funny. Think about that. Just think about that. Yeah, you win one with Trent Dilfer. Yeah, you win one with Brad Johnson. You know, separate teams winning these. You know, it happens individually that, okay, yeah, a guy that was a decent quarterback. I mean, Trent Dilfer was a mediocre quarterback. Brad Johnson was a solid quarterback because he had good years in Washington and Minnesota. Again, show me what you can do in many places or with many people. That's where I can tell you Brad Johnson was a good quarterback. He doesn't get enough credit. Now, was he great? Was he a franchise? No. He was not Tom Brady. No, he was not even Dan Marino. Not even close to any of these kind of franchise guys. None of them. But you want it, right? Joe Gibbs did that 3 times. 3 times, dude. That's super, super impressive. That's GOAT material. So for Belichick, I need to see some significant success with another quarterback. I don't care who it is, but you got to do it. Or if not, I got to say some of the shine comes off. You're not the GOAT. Jason Myers, I'll be down in Miami next week, and thank you for the love in the super chat. Will you be in Hialeah or anywhere I can meet you? Would like to meet you, Big O, in person. Jason, would love to meet you. Next week, we're at Hialeah on Thursday. We're at Acura Pembroke Pines on Friday. Saturday, we'll be at Walk-Ons in Kendall doing the pre and post. And then, Sunday we're in studio. So we'll have an opportunity to meet Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, my friend. So you're more than welcome to come on out. Giselle is emotionally unstable. And you know that how? Bill B has the record. Yeah, he can have the record. That's fine. Gibbs has elite running games and defenses, and he built them. So he's the guy. He's the man. It's a lot harder to do what he did than anybody else in the history of the NFL. Period. End of story. It's not up for discussion. Because everybody usually wins with a great quarterback. It always helps, makes your life that much easier. But when you can build one great team after another, and win multiple titles, that's amazing. You know? Yeah, that's right. He understood it starts with the O-line, the D-line, and, having the right foundational pieces. Look at the man in auto racing now. That's all you need to know. He's a monster. He's a Hall of Famer, right? Sean, Joe Gibbs is already a Hall of Famer in racing now. I don't know if he's been inducted or anything, but whenever yeah, of course he will be. Of course he will be. That tells you all you need to know about that human being. That's a dude that just understands how to build winners. And it doesn't matter. Is it his nephew or not nephew, grandson, right? Is the one that's racing, right? If I'm correct, bad little kid, bro. He is tough, some bitch, man.
Yeah,
yeah,
and gritty, but also rubbing a lot the wrong way so far. So
yeah. He reminds me of what's that other guy that pisses everybody off? Is it like a Ryan or something like tall guy, brown hair?
Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch.
He
That's
also
the guy.
drives for JGR, Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, he reminds me of Kyle Busch in a way.
And
That
you
a
want
lot
to
of
know something?
a lot of people hate Kyle Busch in the circuit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Kyle Busch is leaving JGR too. But anyways, you talk about coaching trees. JGR or Joe Gibbs has a NASCAR coaching tree because Denny Hamlin, one of his drivers, has now became ownership with Michael Jordan in 2311 Racing.
Okay. Joe Gibbs, bro. Joe Gibbs is the GOAT. You know, when you look at the real accomplishment of it and how difficult it is, way more harder to win the 3 championships he won than the 6 that Belichick has won. When you do it with different quarterbacks, that's so amazingly impressive. Are you watching Andor? Oh, you know, Chad, I've watched the first 2 episodes. I have a lot to watch. I am way behind. I have not had time, as you know, that I don't stop doing this stuff. But yeah, I am in the process of it when I can catch up with it. But yeah. Yep. Brad Johnson threw ducks all over the field. No, you obviously did not watch Brad Johnson's career. He was a good quarterback, man. You can go look it up. You might be too young. That's probably why. But I can pull it up, and I can prove that he had some pretty good seasons overall. Let me see here. Where is it at? Let me pull it up, Ming. Look, Brad Johnson. Here we go. Let's bring it up. 1996, 2,258 yards, 62%, 17 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. 97, 3,036 yards, 60%, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. In 1999, he threw for 4,000 yards, 60%, 24 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. In 2000 with Washington, 2,500 yards, 62% completion percentage, 11 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Bad year that year for him. Tampa, he threw for 3,406 yards, 60%, 13 and 11. In 2002, 62%, 3,049, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. In total, he threw 166 touchdowns and 122 interceptions. He threw for 29,000 yards on 61% completion percentage. He was a good quarterback. It wasn't a bad quarterback. That's not bad numbers. Those are solid numbers. Are they great? No, that's why I told you. He never won a Super Bowl or Joe Gibbs never won a Super Bowl with a great quarterback. Well, Brad Johnson wasn't a great quarterback. Trent Dilfer was even less. That's the accomplishment, that you build the right teams around guys like this and you're able to win. Was Brad Johnson going to single-handedly win a championship for you? No. Did he have certain years that were awesome? Yeah, for him, that they were impressive. But was he a franchise guy? No. But was he a duck thrower, like you said? No, man. You don't throw for almost 30,000 yards in the league and be a duck thrower. The guy was a solid quarterback. He deserves more props than he gets. He did a nice job. He was a solid player at Florida State also. I thought Brad Johnson he has a career, man, it spanned from 94 to 2008. That's a long time to hang around the league, man. Give him credit. He's a good quarterback. Not a great one, not a franchise, none of that, but he's no duck thrower. That's a terrible description of him. John Geeb says, "Hey, I've been listening to you since I was 14 years old." Holy crap. With my dad, now 29. For reference, always love the show. Would you say football has the shortest window for success, and what is Miami's window now? Miami's window is it depends on Tua, my brother. That's it. All depends on Tua. If they don't have a franchise quarterback, team is done. That's all. They have not been. They don't have the kind of team that can get into the playoffs or deep into the playoffs with a below average quarterback, which is all they have left. Teddy Bridgewater will struggle to be just average. So, it all depends on Tua, and I think he'll be back. So I'm not that concerned. Check back with me in 3 or 4 weeks. If he doesn't come back, then you might see some concern in me. But I think he'll be back for the Pitt game when it's all on Tua, man. It's all on. You got to have that franchise guy, and this team needs it. Without it, you're done. Yes, Sean.
I found this picture. Do you want to see it?
Yeah. What do we got? Hell yeah, I want to see it. I guess this is the picture against the Bills, is what I'm told.
Yep.
I need to see it more. Can you enlarge that?
No, I can't enlarge it from here. Oh, wait, actually, yeah. Now it allows me to. Hold on.
Okay. That's just fingers in his face.
Yeah. That's what I look at too. I'm watching a YouTube hit, and what they did, it's a still photo when he's reaching up to grab the face mask, because then he rocks and gets back up.
Yeah, he might be repositioning it. He might be doing, that's not, I don't see any fingers curled up.
I think what they're trying to do is those two fingers. I don't know if, hold on a minute, let me get on the actual screen. These two fingers here, if you look at them from the way the angle of their shot, you could maybe say it was like what it was Thursday, but that's
no, that's not the same. The other ones were twisted, bro. They were like
they were
locked
like, out.
They were like, yeah. Again, you can make up anything you want. Thursday had nothing to do with Sunday. Nothing at all. So to me, it's just, crazy to really think that. Anyway, if you want to get in on the program, remember you can always reach out to us on the chat board here, on the YouTube chat board, and of course on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Edge's son is committed to Cincinnati. Did you guys see that? Edgerrin James has a son who's a 4-star player and is now committed to Cincinnati. Interesting. I wonder if Miami was recruiting him. And his name, by the way, is Jizzle James, son of Edgerrin James. He's a 4-star. He's a 4-star point guard prospect. Okay, not football player, by the way, but he's Edge's son, and he's committed to play for Cincinnati. Now, Cincinnati is probably considered maybe better than the University of Miami in basketball, I guess. I don't know. But he was ranked 64th overall and number 9 among point guards in 247 Sports. He's the star of Olympia High School in Orlando, and he chose the Bearcats over LSU and Georgia. So I don't know if Miami even had a shot at the kid, but it's kind of cool to see Edgerrin James' kid, and not playing football, playing basketball, 6'1", 180. Interesting. 4-star kid. And don't know. I don't follow recruiting that heavily. I would have to ask Gabby. And Gabby Urrutia, by the way, is now part of our platform. So you can hear him here. We're going to have him on a couple of times a week, so you can catch up to recruiting with the Canes, because he does a great job with that whole recruiting stuff. But I thought that was kind of an interesting story to see his name. But it's not tied to, but it's basketball, so it's kind of understandable. You're not really going to get all the things you want when it comes to basketball overall. But I thought that was funny. The other thing, this is for Mario Cristobal now, okay? This is for, I guess, for Canes fans to figure out if the future is as bright as we think it is, right? I have faith in Mario. Okay. I'm the first to tell you, Mario's got a lot of crap to fix. Okay. And some of the things have not looked good on his staff. I will admit, Josh Gaddis, I'm not impressed with, whatever, but he'll figure things out, and I'm not worried about that. I'm here to stick with Mario for the long run. But what I thought was actually pretty cool was Kayvon Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau was out and out doing some charity work. He was packing boxes of food for hunger relief. And why I mention this, because he plays for the Giants, and I'm not asking you to care for the Giants or anything like that. I'm asking you to follow me here a second. One of the things that's going on with the University of Miami program is the foundation part of the players. You need enough players that care. You need enough players that are committed. You need enough players that are truly professional. Because really, it's not even an amateur sport anymore. They're getting paid. But in a way, you've always had to be and have some level of professionalism, some commitment to this. And I don't believe they have the right character people on that team on a consistent basis. I'm sure there are some really good character kids on that program, but I think there's a lot of them that are not there for, the real commitment that you need in order to be great. So you look at Kayvon Thibodeau, who went high in the draft out of Oregon. This is one of Mario's guys. And then he's doing stuff like this. And he, pretty much you see a guy that's carrying himself the right way overall. You watch Javon Holland we have here. And I get to deal with him, going into the locker room and all that. And then you watch him on the field and you watch him in practice. We're all amazed with Javon Holland, aren't we? We're all amazed at the level of maturity, the leadership he brings at such a young age, the professionalism, the dedication. That game in the Bills, he played every down. He played every one of those 90 plays. He's a second-year guy. And from what I hear, the offensive lineman that went over to Detroit, another pro's pro. So what I'm trying to do is because I know this season, it looks bad, bro. It looks bad. Secondary looks terrible. They don't have receivers. This is just not an impressive group yet at all. And so I know that some people might be, pulling away from Mario or not believing in what he's doing and all that. He's going to make mistakes getting here, putting together a staff. He's going to have to make some changes, but he'll get it right. It's like what I tell people about Inter Miami. Yeah, I get it, dude. They screwed up a ton at the beginning, but I know that guy. I've had to deal with Moss. He wants to win, and he will win. He will win. He'll figure it out. They'll make their mistakes like everybody does. We're all human beings. A lot of you that gave up on Tua early on, well, you kind of screwed up, right? Because you don't show any patience. Got to be Spoelstra. I had to battle with people that were anti-Spoelstra, which is like the weirdest thing to me. And I'm like, you got to stick with him, man. He's a good coach. Oh, no, LeBron and this, that, and he can handle this. He can handle it all. Just relax. And it's all worked out. Give Mario time. He was not going to fix everything this season. Probably not next season either. It's probably going to be in year 3 where you really see the difference from all the recruiting and the players, and you've weeded everything out that just does not work. But until you get character people in there, like Javon Holland, until you get those kind of foundational human beings inside that locker room, that coaching staff is going to struggle. Because if you don't have kids who are truly committed to what they've got to do, and I just get the sense, not for nothing, but I get the sense that you got a bunch of entitled punks in that building for the last, I don't know how many years now. Guys that are they want to live off of, Edgerrin James' reputation. They want to live off of Ken Dorsey's reputation. Not of breaking iPads, but of actually playing. That's what they want to live off of. They've accomplished nothing, and they think they're the U, and they haven't been the U in forever because those players are not ready to be that. So, to me, that's one of the things when I was watching Kayvon Thibodeau and that story, and I thought that was fantastic that he's doing that on his off day. And then I look at what Javon Holland, and I look at the guy in Detroit, and I'm saying, Mario needs to go find some of these guys. And when you have those guys roaming the locker room, it changes everything. Because there's a demand that they're putting inside. It's not just it's just not the coaches demanding from you, but from within, there are players calling you out because they're leaders. And because they want to win and they know you're stopping me from winning. Those are the kind of players you want on your team. I don't think that the University of Miami football program they don't have a lot of them. They don't have a few of those. Okay? They have just a couple maybe. That's it. Mario needs a lot, and he's going to have to recruit it. But, things like that, like the Thibodeau situation that I saw, that gives me hope, more hope already, that I know he'll figure out and he'll find the right professionals to walk into that locker room and help him straighten out the program. All right, we are out of here. We will see you all tomorrow. We'll be at Hialeah Park in the afternoon, 3 to 6 p.m. It's good. I get to sleep in a little bit. We will see all of you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. We thank Sean Stanley, of course, for mastering this program like he does every single day. And if you want to come on by, we'll be at the second floor poker room tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. Have a great one. We love you all.